Welcome to ESPN, your home for college football.
At Maryland, folks are hoping the Terrapins can spring an upset trap tonight. Their first over a ranked team in a decade as our team descends on College Park. They'll watch Grandpa Winky go to work, the 28-year-old, try to teach the young Terps a lesson tonight. When Florida State looks for leadership, it looks to quarterback Chris Winky. In a half hour, he'll lead the Seminoles against Maryland. But first, he'll talk openly about his darkest days.
I don't care if I ever play again. I don't care if I ever go out on the field again because I was 1 inch away from being not able to ever walk again.
We also look to Saturday's showdowns. The Ducks fiercely defend home turf in a Pac-10 hate fest against undefeated Washington. Plus, a meeting of strategic masterminds as Steve Spurrier and Joe Lee Dunn match wits. And the Crimson Tide try to salvage some Crimson pride as undefeated South Carolina comes calling. It's all ahead on college football tonight. Number 2, Florida State visiting Maryland in a half hour. In the meantime, welcome to college football tonight, presented by Gateway. Chris Fowler, Rod Gilmore in the middle, Mike Gottfried. Still 1 more week to go in your self-inflicted suspension against selecting games, all right?
One week.
FSU is one of 9 of the top 12 teams who are on the road this weekend trying to survive those tough conference road tests. Bunch of ranked teams already fallen victim to road games in what's been a very unpredictable opening month of the season. Already half of the preseason top 25 has a loss, and you can see that the top 10 has certainly been reshuffled. Although the polls are not really very meaningful yet, it is interesting to note the teams that are trying to follow the pattern of 98 Tennessee, 99 Virginia Tech come from off the radar screen into the title hunt, guys.
Yeah, Southern Cal, Michigan, Ohio State, they get the hook. They got to be out of there. They don't belong in there. They don't belong right now. Ooh. They haven't beaten anybody. And Michigan's 2 fumbles away from losing the Illinois game, so they don't belong.
Yeah, well, I think we were just flat out wrong about some of these teams in the preseason. You take a look who's gotten up into the top 10. These teams were just underappreciated. They've played well. And to me, they're solid, starting to hit their stride. You look at Vodtech and Kansas State. I don't think we're going to see any upsets this weekend.
We were flat out wrong. We can't be flat out wrong, can we? I was right about Oregon now. I'll take credit for that. You know, Saturday's border war is for 730 days of bragging rights because these 2 bitter border rivals don't meet next year. Tell you what, a veteran team for Washington, 18 starters are juniors and seniors to have to conquer that Autzen Stadium noise. That is for real. I'm a believer now. 17 straight wins there. The Ducks had that slick rug there. They have the hostile crowd. So Neuheisel, like any coach, wants to start fast, take the crowd out of it. But Oregon, in their 2 biggest games against UCLA and against Wisconsin, have not allowed a single point in the first half. Tuiasosopo, great last year against the Ducks, but he's struggled. He's made some mistakes this year.
You're wearing green now?
So Ducks.
You think Ducks, you think passing, but, you know, really, Washington has to think in terms of stopping the running game, and that means stopping their pretty good running back in Maurice Morris. And when they put on the film and took a look at this team, they saw a couple of plays they had to stop. The toss sweep and then the fullback lead. There's a toss sweep, quick cut back inside, and Morris has the speed once he cuts inside to get back out. And then here's the fullback lead. The fullback blocks on the backer, leads him up the inside, and boy, does he just move that ball. Now, Washington on first down, they've done a pretty good job as the game goes along and getting better. So they have to make sure that they stop Morris on first down early in the ball game and not late. They got to get it going on first down early, Coach.
Well, they'll have a test because Oregon's averaging 5.5 yards per carry on first down. Anytime you average over 4 yards or better, you're doing great work. Now, Oregon has a quarterback that's on target in Joey Harrington, and he finds Keenan Howery as the big click, 18 receptions, first down. He's the go-to receiver. They sprint Joey Harrington out, and they run the quick game to Howie. That's a good combination, Chris, and they move Harrington around, and it's tough to defend him.
Tough to defend Jeremy Stevens for Washington. I love that matchup. Oregon DB is pretty good. Can they stop Stevens? Washington has the bye week. Keep in mind, this Pac-10 stat since 1990, teams with a bye have won 40 and lost 21 against teams that haven't had a bye. So file that away. In the Big Ten's half of the Rose Bowl equation, the big one Saturday's at the Big House, Wisconsin. This is a familiar story. They are wounded early in the Big Ten season, so it's a must-win for their Rose Bowl hopes. They responded a year ago in an identical situation. Jamar Fletcher, he's back. He's looking forward to matching up with David Terrell. They both like to banter a lot. That should be pretty entertaining. Now, the question, of course, again, is Drew Henson's foot. The doctor has the control of that situation there. Will he be cleared to play for an entire game? We don't know that. But when he was in there against Illinois, 6 drives, 4 touchdowns. Mike, you watched?
Well, he was cleared for half a game, and he played a little bit more than a half in the Illinois game. And Drew Henson, when he came on the field, everybody on that Michigan football team had a little bounce in their step. The offensive line, the running backs, the wide receiver, because Drew Henson, they're fortunate that he was the quarterback in this ball game. He won the football game for Michigan here with a great catch. David Terrell, he threw a couple bombs to him. And when you're throwing the ball well, Anthony Thomas gets off running game because they've got that great offensive line. They've got everything working for them on offense, Rod. But defensively, this is not a Michigan standard defense.
Oh, and if it's not a Michigan standard defense, they've got a problem because Wisconsin can put up some points. And they're not doing it the way they used to. They need explosion plays, and they've been getting them from Michael Bennett, the running back. This man has already this season 5 times gone for more than 45 yards. He's run for more than 700 yards already this season in 3 games. You give him just a little bit of room, Mike, and he explodes right through the hole. Watch him here. He's caught, right? Can't get anywhere. Linebacker outside leverage. Watch the move here. Gets right back in. Bang, bang. Stutter step. He's on his way. So Wisconsin will have their work cut out for them, Chris. Actually, Wisconsin will be okay, I think. It's Michigan's got to stop.
Really?
Michigan's got their work cut out.
Bill, I think both defenses might have their work come out for them. You can watch this game on ABC at noon Eastern time. See if Bennett can run wild. It's unlikely, but he needs 289 to get to 1,000 yards. No player has ever done that in the first 4 games. Even Barry Sanders could do that. College Game Day precedes that game at 11 a.m. Eastern. We'll talk more about the Drew Henson situation at the helm. We'll break down that Ducks-Huskies game and, of course, reports on all of the big games. If you'd like to log on to ESPN.com and vote where game day should head on the big showdown Saturday of October the 7th, please do so. Cast your vote, and we'll have the results, of course, during the show. Now, the saddest and most sobering story of the college football season has been the spinal injury suffered Saturday by Penn State's freshman corner, Adam Taliaferro. He's now listed in serious but stable condition. He's been moved from Columbus to a hospital in Philadelphia, and Penn State's prayers are with him as they get set to battle Purdue. As we get set to watch Florida State and Maryland, we'll hear from Chris Winkie on his own brush with a very terrifying situation.
The doctor said, you know, after we had talked for a while that, you know, you were 1 inch away from being paralyzed from the neck down. That hit home.
In this country, people have certain inalienable rights. The right to customize technology at a fair price. The right to learn how to do amazing things with it. The right to a computer that's up to date. To technical support, anywhere, anytime. To try out everything and buy nothing. So may it ever be. In Gateway Country, people rule. Call 1-800-GATEWAY.
The Great White has an olfactory system that can detect a single drop of blood in the water from up to a mile away. Their jaws can crush titanium at an astonishing 4 tons per square centimetre. All in all, they're nature's perfect killing machine.
How many years have you been studying the Great White?
Well, none. I don't even swim. But I did stay in a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Stay smart. Stay at a Holiday Inn Express.
Joe is looking for a job. He's actually looking right now. Joe called 1-877-SNELLING. Snelling finds people jobs for free. He starts in the morning.
Remember the Titans is a giant of a movie.
We're going to change the way we run.
2 thumbs up. One of the best films of the year.
We're going to change the way we win.
It's an unbeatable combination of heart and soul.
We are changed.
Remember the Titans. Rated PG. Starts Friday.
Mr. Duffy, I've been here for over a year now, and I'd like to talk about a raise. I have an MBA.
I like Jujubes. The Reds and the Oranges the best. They are like the king and queen of Jujube land. The green and the yellow, they're peasants. One day, we're going to have a Jujube revolution.
So, what do you think?
Jujube?
It's time for E-Trade. Sign up now for your 25 trade bonus.
ESPN's 2-Minute Drill, Mondays at 7.
College Football Tonight is presented by Gateway. In Gateway Country, people rule.
It is the home opener in Starkville, where the Bulldogs are smarting after what they call an embarrassing defensive lapse at South Carolina. Mississippi State trying to be the first unranked team to beat a Steve Spurrier coach Florida team in 11 years. The only previous visit there by the Gators ball coach, it was a woodshed job back in '92. Jesse Palmer's hip is okay. He's going to play, but Mike, the bigger concern is the Florida defense. John Hoke has been taking some heat. Only takeaways have kept them surviving so far. They've had their troubles.
Look for the Bulldogs to run the draw, the draw, the draw, and the draw, because Florida's defense has had problems with the draw. Now, Florida's defense has only given up 6 TDs, but Tennessee hit them with double-digit draw plays. Defensive line roaring up the field, they turn them, and then they go after the linebackers. Then Kentucky watched the tape. They said, hey, we'll run the draw too, and they ran it successfully also. Mississippi State has a chance to keep this close, Rod, if they'll run the draw.
You keep coaching them up like that, they'll be all right in this ball game. Especially if they get something going on their side defensively. They got to make sure that they stop Jesse Palmer, and they know they can stop the run. It's the pass. But they got a guy who can help them stop the pass. Fred Smoot, SmootsMac.com. You got to like him, an All-American receiver. He loves to play man-to-man, and he'll see some of that on Saturday. He can take a guy out of the game with his ability to just shadow you and shut you down. And when he's got you going that way, then he can talk a little bit of stuff. And if he starts talking to these young receivers, he might just take them out of their game just a little bit. You know he likes to talk a little bit of smack.
He loves to talk, but Florida's been very good with turnovers, #2 in the country in turnover ratio. By the way, the Gators disappointed. John Capel, their receiver, was over in Sydney in the 200 final. Nice job getting there, but he stumbled out of the gates and finished last in the final there. Well, it's a time each season when we welcome Kansas State back to major college football here. It's the 5th straight Wildcat opponent that's winless versus 1A competition, but it is Colorado using the clean slate of the Big 12 as their only rallying cry right here. K-State has had trouble their first game each season against a real team, seeing speed for the first time. If the pattern holds, well, neither offense is going to march down the field with these long drives, so it's going to be a big play battle, and those corner receiver matchups, who's going to get the edge on the edge?
Well, I think there's a big advantage for Kansas State when you start talking about that kind of a matchup right now, and a big advantage because they have a big receiver out there in Quincy Morgan, and he gives you explosive plays. He's 6'2", 215, pro material, big-time receiver. He's already caught 6 touchdown passes this season. Watch him on this route here as he lines up. He already has the size advantage. And look at the protection the quarterback gets. He's got time to do 3 moves and get wide open, turn the corner around, take it to the house like he knows how to do. He's averaging 20 yards a catch. And if that isn't explosion, Coach, I don't know what is.
Well, here's the problem. Colorado's 101st in pass defense. They're giving up 267 yards a game. But I think this is the best 0-3 team out there right now, and I think they're going to play hard.
I didn't know they had playoffs for 0-3 teams.
Well, you don't, but they got a chance to be 1-3.
Okay.
They just don't want to be the best 0-4 team. No. Barnett's challenged his receivers to make plays. K-State, by the way, has ordered extra oxygen. They kind of ran out of gas the last trip to 6,000 feet. We'll see if that's a factor.
Scoring too much.
Can Virginia Tech get back to the national title game? Well, the Hokies have 3 conference road games, at Miami in November, at struggling Syracuse in October, and at beat-up Boston College on Saturday. The Eagles must try to stop Michael Vick without 2 starting linebackers. Already they're leading candidates for the Commander-in-Chief's trophy. They beat Army and Navy, but a very different deal against Virginia Tech. Well, it's been a long time since Maryland has beaten a ranked team, 10 years. Tonight, it's the mighty Seminoles, who did struggle big time their last visit there. That was the 3rd straight start for quarterback Chris Weinke, whose personal win streak now stretches to 24 games, 4th longest ever. With more on Grandpa Weinke, the Noles quarterback, who go to College Park, and Mike Tirico. Mike?
Yeah, Chris, 28 years old. He's so experienced and so cool, and many people consider him the favorite for the Heisman with that impressive record you just talked about. We forget that a couple of years ago, he was seriously injured. It's amazing when you go back and look at the injury against Virginia a couple of years ago. Chris Weinke's not only lucky to be playing football here tonight, he's lucky to be walking and lucky to be alive. ESPN, the magazine, Gene Wojciechowski sat down with Weinke to relive a trying and emotional time in Chris's life.
He was shaken up on that sack. It's not something I want to watch. We haven't run that play since the time I was hurt, and I don't think that we will run it all this year.
This is where it happened, right here at about the 35-yard line at Doak Campbell Stadium. This is where Chris Weinke's football career, and maybe much, much more, almost came to an end.
Once I got hit, I felt like someone was shooting me with a BB gun in the right arm, you know, just nonstop.
He's being helped to the locker room.
Chris was basically walking unconscious. I mean, he stood up and started to get up and got back down, got back up. And talking to him, and just like he didn't know where he was.
You see a guy that in one brief moment, you know, is on top of the world in 1 second, one play, and then he's, you know, doesn't know if he's going to play again, has a chance to maybe not be able to walk again.
The doctors came in and they said, you know, here's the situation. You know, you've chipped a bone off one of your vertebrae. It's been lodged in the nerve that controls your right arm. You have some ligament damage, and you're not going to be able to play. I didn't know what to do. The first thing I did was start crying. And I get emotional sometimes even now when I talk about it. Called my parents, told them I'd probably never play again. The doctor said, you know, after we had talked for a while that, you know, you were 1 inch away from being paralyzed from the neck down.
The surgery lasted nearly 6 hours. He eventually returned home but was unable to leave his bed. There were complications from a spinal fluid leak.
The doctor had come over to my house and said that your body is totally drained. You have no electrolytes in your body. If you continue to do this for another 12 to 14 hours, you could die.
That was the scariest time. You know, you think the surgery's over, it's time to be getting better, and here it is getting worse and worse.
When I say severe headaches, I mean take the worst migraine headache you've ever had and multiply it by 100. Now, this wasn't 1 day or 2 days. This was for 4 straight weeks.
Weinke traveled to the 1998 National Championship game. He pretended he was fine, but he wasn't.
My right arm was skin and bones. I tried to pick up a football and throw it 5 yards. When I picked the ball up, I could barely grip it, and when I tried to lift my arm up to throw the football, it went straight in the ground.
6.5 months later, he made his practice debut. 6 months after that, he led FSU to a national title. Now he tries for a two-peat and appreciates every moment.
Why was I able to handle that blow and not be paralyzed? You know, whereas we've seen cases before in the NFL and college where guys have been paralyzed. Why me? And, you know, I've asked myself that a million times, that somebody must have been watching over me. For some reason, I'm playing this game because someone wants me to be playing this game. I feel like the luckiest guy in the world.
What a reminder of how trying the comeback was for Chris Weinke. Forget coming back for his senior year. That's the real comeback that Chris Weinke's experienced.
Well, Mike, what really impresses me about Chris Weinke is his ability to face and conquer adversity on and off the football field. Last year, he led the Noles to the national title by answering all the opponent's challenges. This year, perfect example. Georgia Tech gets ahead in the fourth quarter. Weinke brings it back. They win the football game. I think Chris Weinke is the main reason that Florida State's got a chance to win a second national title. I think he's that good and that important to them.
And just yesterday it was Weinke, Weinke, Weinke. Now he is the man. He is getting it done. I think the thing that's interesting about him, you just heard a great story. And I think if you go back and look at his minor league baseball experience, that also has helped him to become a very mature quarterback. It's not that he's 28 years old. Chris Weinke's mature at 22, at 23, let alone at 28. And the more of an understanding he gets, the more reps he gets in this offense. He told me this morning he's actually better than he was a year ago. I don't know about you guys, but when he played Florida and when he played Virginia Tech, that man already knew this offense. I think he knows it almost as well as his coordinator.
Yeah, and from talking to him today, as we did this morning, Chris Weinke's life is right now not just about serious football. It's about enjoying his senior year and the experience of coming back to Florida State. Chris, we'll see him against Maryland coming up here in a little bit.
Mike, I know he wants to play well. Weinke coming off a game against Louisville that was not his best. Pressing a little bit through some interceptions. Mark Richt, the coordinator, not overjoyed with that, but you know he wants a big bounce-back effort against the Terrapins coming up very shortly.
If you have thinning hair, then this new booklet is something you should have, and you'll get it free if you call this toll-free number now. The booklet discusses the recent breakthroughs in genetic therapy and the latest non-surgical advancements. You'll see men like yourself who are able to get their hair back without drugs or surgery and have a totally active lifestyle. Whether you're getting it wet or roughing it up, no matter what sport, it looks, feels, and acts just like your own growing hair. So call 1-800-HAIR-CLUB now for your free booklet. And by the way, I'm also a client.
If you suffer from any of these health problems, a Craftmatic adjustable bed with built-in massage and soothing heat may provide the temporary relief from pain you've been looking for. Call now and we'll mail you this special free $200 off rebate certificate. It's good for $200 off the Craftmatic Model 1 bed of your choice. Don't suffer needlessly. Get the facts about the affordable adjustable beds that may provide temporary relief.
Call toll-free 1-800-544-1000.
Nice work here. This is great stuff, ladies. All we ask is that you give it your best try. You guys are fantastic. No, not just fantastic. You're super fantastic.
Oh, not good enough! Not good enough, Gene! It's do or die time. What do you want out of this, Gene? You want a championship or do you want a fourth grade intramural game? Because that's what you're giving me now. You're not giving me pro, you're giving me fourth grade. And if I want fourth grade, I'll hire a bunch of fourth graders.
ESPN Game Plan. Maximum college football on pay-per-view. Order now, and no matter where you live, you can watch any of these 13 matchups. The 14th-ranked Wisconsin Badgers look to rebound at the Big House versus Drew Henson and number 9 Michigan. The Washington Huskies, the 6th-ranked team in the country, travel to Eugene, Oregon to face the number 25 Ducks. Plus, the number 12 Miami Hurricanes take on the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. Call your local cable operator, DirecTV, or Dish Network for more information.
South Carolina no longer a cute novelty act. The Gamecocks are ranked at 4-0. Lou Holtz says his team can play with anybody in the country. He just hasn't figured out which country yet. Little humor. Nobody's laughing at Bama, not at 1-3. And all the losses that have piled up early in the season, this would be the most infuriating for the folks to lose to South Carolina, which hasn't won a road game in a few years.
This Alabama thing is sort of like a car wreck. You know, you drive by it and you just can't help but stop and look at it. And you know it's bad. I think this is the best time for South Carolina to be playing Alabama. There's so much going on with them. South Carolina could sneak right in and get a win while the Alabama coaches are bickering and trying to figure out who's going to coach the team. Mike, I just happen to think that with all those distractions, it's a good time for South Carolina to get in there.
Rodney, I disagree. It's a bad time for South Carolina to go into Alabama. Alabama's playing in Tuscaloosa for the first time. They'll get it together. They'll give their best effort of the year so far. Of
course, South Carolina beat Georgia already, so now for Georgia, it's a must-win game in the SEC race as they visit Arkansas. Cedric Cobbs is injured. The Hogs down to the number 3 tailback, but they have won 16 straight home games.
You lose. Props. Redemption game. When you lose to a team you're supposed to beat. Now, I know Jim Donnan's sitting with his staff. This is a redemption game. They've got to go down there and win.
Penn State is a team that needs redemption. Drew Brees told me today he's trying to approach it like it's a 5-0 Penn State team, but coming off their worst loss under Paterno, the worst start under Paterno, will the Lions have enough left emotionally to regroup and take on Purdue? They're the biggest underdogs in decades. Arizona State and UCLA out west. Corey Paz back for the Bruins quarterback. Ryan Keeley's available, but Jeff Crown again gets the start for the Sun Devils.
I think this is a closer game than people realize because there are a lot of folks on the Arizona State team from Southern California. The Sun Devils play UCLA well. They've won the last 3 games in Pasadena.
Arizona State is the least respected undefeated team. They're getting the least poll points of any of the 20 unbeatens. They could change that if they could knock off the Bruins, but I didn't
say they'd knock them off. They'd play well.
Not well enough. Reminder, college football on Saturday, Illinois and Minnesota at noon Eastern time. Then in prime time, the Volunteers against LSU, Mike. Bayou Bengals got any shot? Tune in and find out. No comment. We're going to come back. Tommy Polley went to Dunbar High in Baltimore. He's a Maryland local looking for a big ball game for the Noles tonight against the Terps.
In this country, people have certain inalienable rights. The right to customize technology at a fair price. The right to learn how to do amazing things with it. The right to a computer that's up to date. To technical support anywhere, anytime. To try out everything and buy nothing. So may it ever be. In Gateway Country, people rule. Call 1-800-GATEWAY.
Hey, sports fans, picture yourself wearing this ESPN the Magazine sideline jacket, because it's free when you subscribe to ESPN the Magazine. With sections like The Zoom, huge photos that bring you incredibly close to the great moments in sports. Outtakes, where Dan Patrick goes one-on-one with your favorite athletes. Plus Diamond Notes from Peter Gammons, Linda Cohn's revealing player surveys, amazing interviews, and inside information, all with ESPN Attitude. And remember, you'll get this free sideline jacket with an embroidered ESPN the Magazine logo. It's extra large with roomy side pockets, wind and water resistant, and best of all, it's free. So call now. Get 26 issues, a year's worth, for just $1 an issue. 66% off the newsstand price. So pick up the phone and call now for ESPN the Magazine and your free jacket. 1-800-540-1155.
When we saw athletes signing musicians for agents, we weren't surprised. We've been doing it for years.
I really have great plans for you. You're a talent.
I know, but when you go into management, you start singing that gambler song, and it takes the edge off.
This look, the tie, the jacket, I can't sell this, man.
You shouldn't be asking, what are we going to give Carl? You should be asking, what arms are we going to give Carl?
They thought you were the pitcher.
Oh. Because without Carl, you have got nothing. Did you hear that? Nothing.
College Football Tonight is presented by Gateway. In Gateway country, people rule.
Knowles in the ACC, 64-2. Only way to beat them is to sneak up on them. Are they looking ahead to Miami? Any chance?
Not going to happen. No. They roll. They pick up first place vote.
They're not worrying about Florida State.
All right. Well, we're going to see if the Terrapins can make a game of it. Mike, Kirk, Lee, and Jerry in College Park. Enjoy the first half, folks.
Chris, with an experienced man at the wheel, the Knowles are doing that old Seminole thing, walking the walk and talking the talk. Here to start 2000, the talk has been repeating his national championship. Florida State takes the walk on the next step in 60 seconds.
What do you think?
Not what you expected? Try Glidden Idea Cards. Use them for color combinations, design tips, and inspiration. Mix in a little advice from the Home Depot, and soon you'll be paying with confidence. Glidden in the Home Depot. What a great idea.
John, seen that? Oh, you're good. Yeah? You're the best. Nice job. You guys hungry back there?
Is this tuna?
Got it. I wouldn't open that.
Oh, okay.
He opened it.
Guys, just get some beer.
Pickle.
I got the ice house. All right. I'll be right back. Don't touch that.
Okay.
Fellas?
Frosty Gold Mom.
Dinner party, Ice House style. Because sometimes all you need is a smooth, never watered down taste of Ice House. Enjoy.
The biggest home game in the Ron Vander Linden era. They take on number 2 in the nation, the defending national champions, Florida State. Welcome to the start of the college football weekend. With Lee Corso and Kirk Herbstreit, Dr. Jerry Punch on the sidelines, Mike Tirico, glad you're with us. You guys see it every week on the road with Game Day. Parody is the story of college football 2000. What we're going to see tonight is this generation's, by far, most dominant team. Florida State has won 25 regular season games in a row. Tonight they go for 17 in a row, including the title game last year. They're looking like a national championship contender again. Look at them on both sides of the ball, starting with the offense, Lee.
Let's start, Mike, with Chris Weinke. You know, Chris Weinke is the first three-year quarterback starter in the history of Bobby Bowden's career at Florida State. Remember, he's led the Noles to 24 straight wins. The Noles right now are number 3 in the nation on pass offense. He has thrown touchdown passes to 5 different wideouts. And with Weinke at quarterback, I don't think Florida State's offense can be stopped unless, and I'm adding this to it, Florida State stops himself. But I want to remind you of one thing. The last time Florida State lost a regular season game, it was North Carolina State. Chris Weinke threw 6 interceptions. I just want to tell you that, just in case.
You know what? You're still coaching them up, and they're down there on the field. Relax. It's all right. They're going to come out ready to play tonight. Let's talk about the defense, because every single year down in Tallahassee, it's the defense that strikes fear into the opponent's eyes. And this year, Bobby Bowden is talking about this might be his best defense he's ever had since he's been at Florida State. They're off to a great start. 40 yards a game, 2nd in the country when it comes to teams trying to run the ball, and under 10 points a game, that's 8th in the country, and 20 sacks. That's an area where they've improved dramatically here early in the year. Jamal Reynolds and I, a guy to keep an eye on tonight. Now, very exciting thing for Florida State's defense. They're going to face a back that went over 100 yards in Lamont Jordan. Only 2 backs have done that in the last 5 years against Florida State. Dr. Jerry Punch, Lamont Jordan better come ready to play.
Exactly, Herbie. You know, a year ago, Lamont Jordan had the kind of year that backs can only dream of. Over 1,632 yards, 16 touchdowns, both school records here at Maryland. But what impressed me was not that season-ending game where he ran for 306 yards against Virginia. It's what he did against these Florida State Seminoles, folks. 6.3 yards per carry. He toted it 27 times. Do the math. 169 yards rushing against Florida State's defense. As Lee would say, whoa. And these Florida State Seminoles have not forgotten Mike Tirico. They want a piece of this guy tonight.
They certainly do, Jerry. Slightly cool night for late September here in Maryland. Florida State won the toss, defers to the second half. So Maryland will get its hands on it first. Matt Munyon's kick starts Thursday Night Football. Carlos Sicchiolo with the return to the 16-yard line, knocked down by the DB, Patrick Newton. Calvin McCall will bring out the Maryland offense. The sophomore quarterback did not start against Florida State last year because he was injured. On the actual starting lineups with McCall is Jordan, who Jerry talked about. Kalapinski, a good fullback. They're very happy with 5 receivers here at Maryland. Gary and Monroe get the start. Jeff Dugan, a freshman tight end, has had a very good first 3 games with a dozen grabs. Little West Coast offense, Lamont Jordan deep in the eye. That's the Maryland offense. Fullback Kalapinski carries to the 19, a pickup of 3 on the play. Here's the battle up front. You know Florida State's always got a good line. Here are the Maryland guys trying to stop them. Melvin Fowler's a 2+ year starter. Todd White, a sophomore. Bob Cranston, Matt Crawford, sophomores, have to watch what's going on tonight. Because Kirk on the other side, there are a couple of big old players.
Right here. Keep an eye on number 58 tonight. Jamal Reynolds off to a great start. Already 8 sacks this year.
After a 4-yard pickup, here's 2nd and 6. McCall, a little trouble with the snap, and an option to Lamont Jordan. Nowhere, and there is 58. Jamal Reynolds and several other Seminoles ready to stop him.
One thing you have to watch tonight, we mentioned it in the open, Florida State's defense is very excited. Jamal Reynolds, keep in mind, he's a rush in. Look at the athleticism to get to the outside. And the Florida State defense, every player we talked to on that side of the ball said they want to get a shot at Lamont Jordan because they took it personal last year when he went over 100 yards.
Lost a couple of yards there, setting up 3rd and 9, and McCall will operate out of the shotgun with 3 wide receivers. Base personnel for Florida State as McCall tries to go up top against the man coverage. Julian Gary caught it out of bounds. 4th down. The junior Gary made the play with McCall, but it will be a punt.
The key thing about this is Cade Cody is a 4-year starter. He's got good position. Now watch him, Kirk, as he moves his head back when the receiver looks for the ball. Excellent coaching point right there. Don't look for the ball until the receiver looks for the ball.
And Maryland will take some shots with the taller receivers against man-to-man coverage there. Good throw there by McCall to start things off.
Brooks Bernard, good kicker. Cleavon Thomas, starting cornerback, back to receive for the Noles. Nice hit. They're caught at the 41 by Thomas. So after the 42-yard punt, it's a very good field position for Chris Weinke to bring out the Seminoles. We told you, 25-1, one of the top 5 all-time records for a starting quarterback in Division I-A history. With Weinke, the terrific skill players on the AXA lineups, Travis Minor could be the first Florida State man to lead them in rushing 4 straight years. McCray back from his injury last year. Minnis and Bolden, part of that outstanding receiving corps. And he'll start with 4 wides and 1 back out of the gun. And strap it on, Terps. Here come the Noles at you. Weinke underneath, and the pass is caught for a first down by Anquan Bolden. Into Maryland territory at the 46. After the 13-yard pickup, here's the offensive front for Florida State. So good on the tackles with seniors Dorsey and Thomas. And Jared Moon, another senior, in the pivot. Maryland up front, Chris Jenkins from Ypsilanti, Michigan, the senior, their best lineman. First and 10, Weinke. Out of the backfield for Travis Minor. May have gotten a face mask, and it'll be a 5-yard face mask to add to the 7-yard pickup. Marlon Mourier-Moore got his hand on the headgear of the senior from Baton Rouge. Jack Childress calls the 5-yard face mask. That will be a first down. Let's look at the back 7 for the Terrapins.
Aaron Thompson right there, they think is a National Football League type quarterback and a linebacker, 6'1", 233. Kirk and Mike, he can run, got great speed.
Antonio Conlawan is a junior, a good cover corner. Sean Forte is one of 3 other freshmen at the corner spot. Jerome Cox, I should say, I beg your pardon. Forte and Jackson, the safeties. It was a first down after the 5-yard face mask. Weinke again out of the backfield with, this time, Nick Maddox to the 25-yard line. It is just a slew of backs and receivers that can run like nobody's business. 9-yard pickup.
This is kind of a glorified sweep. Get the ball to the outside. Notice how he goes in motion, or not in motion, rather, I'm sorry, how he goes out into the flat. He tries to pick up speed and momentum going towards the line of scrimmage because they want to try to take advantage of their speed outside.
The timeout is called by Florida State. We'll step out with them. The Seminoles hold Maryland to 3 and out, and Bobby Bowden's team is already on the march.
I'm from AXA Advisors.
C, AXA Advisors. I work with you.
One-on-one.
But I'm not alone.
Thousands of talented people.
Billions in assets.
Back me up.
If I don't know an answer
about estate planning, I do. If I meet an expert in asset allocation,
in deferred compensation,
I help.
AXA Advisors.
One-on-one.
This great team
can help you grow.
Succeed.
AXA Advisors, building futures.
Mark, why is Grandma eating off the ironing board?
Why not?
This is a kitchen table, not a desk.
It's both now, and Dad's got a schedule for that.
Dinner's at 11.
Ish.
Marky, go work in your room.
There's no desk up there, and I can't stay awake. I just get in bed, it's like, out.
Would you like a room with a nice big workspace?
Great.
What's this look like? A Holiday Inn?
Hey, Grandma.
Want a room with room to work? Holiday Inn gives you more, and more is better.
Introducing the redesigned and re-engineered Chrysler Town & Country, independently judged by AMCI to be the best minivan ever. Call 1-877-PROVE-IT to get more information.
1-800-COLLECT presents the coolest way to save on collect calls.
Stop! Stop, stop, stop! Who you calling collect? Dial 1-800-COLLECT. 1-800-COLLECT. Easy, huh? Easy. Hey! Saves the people you call at least $1 or $2. $1 or $2. Got it? That's great. 1-800-COLLECT, as in collect calls.
1-800-COLLECT, the hip way to save $1 or $2.
Well, Chris Weinke and Florida State have scored 29, 26, 63, and 31 in their first 4 games and have the yardage machine cranking again. After the FSU timeout, they're all tight for 2nd and 1. And a first down with the fullback, William McCray. Knee injury in the opener last year. Red shirt because of medical reasons. The junior keeps the chains going, and the Seminoles will just stay right out there and not huddle, as they do so well and so often because of that guy. Kirk and Lee, I love the nickname, the coach.
It's
for
the
Chris
coach.
Weinke.
Coach
Love
in the huddle.
A first down pass to Robert Morgan. And the junior slot receiver catches his 10th ball of the year. And that is another first down.
You know, last week, it's interesting. You look at the score against Louisville, 31-0. You think, boy, they must have had a good day offensively. But they struggled, hurting themselves. You can find their first 8 drives where they got 1 touchdown, they got a field goal. But everything else, they had missed opportunities. This first drive is crucial to get their confidence back and to feel like they can pick defenses apart.
Minor tries to bounce it outside, and he stopped at the 5.
They feel like teams are going to play them soft, Coach. They're going to play soft in coverage, and they're going to try to make them drive the field. And last week they got a little bit impatient. This week in this first drive, we're seeing patience.
But since Sebastian Janikowski is not there any longer, I think psychologically it helps them, because now they got to score touchdowns because they don't know if they can kick field goals.
Looking to add to the red zone touchdown total. Toss to Minor. Plows his way towards the goal line. The ball never crossed the plane. We saw Minor's shoulders did, but the ball was pulled back nicely by the combination of Aaron Thomas and Charles Hill. 3rd and short coming up.
And one of the things about this play is they like to get the ball in Travis Minor's hand. What I like most about Minor is he runs north and south, right, Kirk? He drops that shoulder and he goes right towards that goal line.
He really stretched that out to the last possible second, and right there he waits on a few blocks. Just about punches that in there.
Fullback's going to get this one over the left guard.
There it is. Touchdown. Florida State with a penalty marker down as William McCray gets in the end zone. May have been too many players on the field.
12 men on the field by the defense. That penalty is automatically declined. Touchdown.
And the 3rd running touchdown of the year for the junior William McCray. Florida State walks right down the field, 6-0.
Now, this is one of the things Bobby Bowden says he almost closes his eyes on, right? So he tells me.
Well,
yeah,
the extra points are crucial.
important.
They're crucial. Don't worry about the field goals. Just hit the extra point.
And the freshman kicker, Matt Munyon, gets it through there. Another penalty marker down. Maryland had 12 players on the field again. Will they leave all 12 out there? We'll decline that one. And 7-0 Seminoles.
Illegal participation by the defense. 12 players on the field. That penalty is refused. The extra point is successful.
So Florida State is on top by the score of 7-0. And Ron Vanderlinden, the 4th-year head coach at Maryland, has watched his team's defense exactly do what they had not hoped, fall behind to the powerful Seminoles very early. Well, College Game Day comes your way from the corner of Main and Stadium in Ann Arbor, Michigan. The Big House, where Wisconsin is going to play Michigan. The rest of our lineup includes Illinois, Minnesota at noon out of the Big Ten, and Tennessee, LSU in prime time out of the Southeastern Conference. And on ESPN2 in prime time, BYU heads up to the Carrier Dome, another long plane flight for the Cougars to take on Syracuse. The loser there is 2 games under 500. That's our college football lineup. 3 games this weekend on ESPN and ESPN2. Pretty good opening drive for Chris Weinke and the Seminoles. They picked up a first down on half of their plays on that drive. An 8-play drive to put 6 on the board. Munyon, the freshman, kick. And the backup tailback, Sakalia, has it. Kyle Sakala takes it out across the 20 and to the 21-yard line. So the offense, led by the preseason Heisman candidate, Lamont Jordan, come on out onto the field.
Mike Lamont Jordan's really unable to get on track so far early in this season. Now, last year he had the big day against Florida State, went over 100 yards, and of course we mentioned it, the Noles are excited to face him. But the reason he feels that he's not been able to pick up yardage, he's not pointing the finger at the offensive line. He's pointing the finger at himself, saying he's dancing around a little bit too much. He's very excited for this game.
First down, 3 receivers, and a shotgun for McCall. Knocked down. Florida State knocked down 4 Louisville passes in the first quarter last week, and David Warren, the senior, back at the starting defensive end spot, knocked it away. They were trying to get it to Lamont Jordan, and if you don't know the story, after Lamont Jordan's fabulous year last year, he had to sit out spring ball and the first 8 days of fall camp to get his academics in order. He is a smart individual. We've visited with him, an engaging, polite young man, a communications major, wants to be a sportscaster when his football days are done. Just a little lazy, to be honest, a little procrastinator when it comes to getting the bookwork done last year. He caught up. He's doing a good job this year. And he turns the corner. It's a shoulder pass north and south, and 7 yards later, it will be 3rd and 3 coming up.
I want you to appreciate this, Lee. I know you do. Lamont Jordan has a lot of talent. He's a big back, 5'11", 220 pounds. When he gets out into the open field, he's supposed to make people miss. I think that's the thing that he feels most comfortable with and confident in. This is a well-designed play. Once he bounces this to the outside, I want you to appreciate Tay Cody, a cornerback who comes up in the open field to come up and make that tackle. He's 5'11", 180 pounds. Tay Cody, the rap on him in his first 3 years as a starter is great cover corner, wouldn't come up and make the tackle, and they say he has improved in that area drastically. Nice stop there by Ted.
David Warren, the injured player.
David Warren, if you guys don't remember, but I'll remind you, David Warren out of Tyler, Texas, was probably one of the top 2 or 3 defensive linemen coming out of high school. And he went all the way over to Tallahassee. Everybody wondered why. He's starting to play now what they thought he would be like. 6'5", 250 pounds from Tyler, Texas. A great, great prospect.
Missed a couple of games with back problems. Came back for the Louisville game and shaken up on that play.
Their entire defensive unit's been dinged up. It's going back to 2-a-days.
Face that offense banks you up a little bit, huh? 3rd and 2, and McCall, although a sophomore, has a lot of responsibility at the line of scrimmage. Option, get rid of it quick, and here goes Jordan. He is stuck at the 30-yard line. They'll be shy of the first down. Brian Allen, the senior linebacker, up there to make the play. Punt coming up.
Another player that's been a little bit dinged up has had to play through some injuries. Brian Allen, really the leader of this defense. He and defensive end Jamal Reynolds are very, very tight. He's had an ankle that just won't go away, and he continues to play through it. And he bench presses over 500 pounds, and he's a legitimate 4-5 guy. He is a tremendous linebacker for the Noles.
Keep your eye on his punt, because Florida State's not only great at punt blocking, but this guy kicks it nice and long for a return.
Bernard gets it away. Marker down at the line of scrimmage. He'll be down at the 27-yard line, and let's check the flag.
Well, the gunner's
moved
a little bit
yeah.
early.
The right gunner moved. The gunner is the man on the outside, for people who don't understand it.
That's it.
And his responsibility is to go down the field quickly.
Shoot it downfield.
If you'll notice at the bottom right hand of your picture, you'll see what we call the gunner. The gunner is right there. Now, the gunner's responsibility is to forget everything else and go get it a little bit too fast. A little bit too fast.
Ron Vanderlinden has seen his team make a couple of mistakes here in the early going. Ron was an assistant at Northwestern and at Colorado. Gary Barnett and Bill McCartney, respectively, and has seen with his own eyes and had his hands in the foundation of great change at downtrodden programs who have gone on to national success. Now he's trying to do the same thing here at Maryland. And being around Ron twice last year and once this year, he's the kind of guy who you want if your program's trying to rebuild. Tonight may not be the best litmus test to see how far that rebuilding has come, because nobody in this league comes close to the Noles. Very returnable kick by Bernard. Levon Thomas from the 41 has a couple of blocks here if he can beat one man. Stayed on his feet, past the punter, and knocked down finally at the 34-yard line. The playmaking Seminoles.
One of the things you want to be careful of doing is getting your first 2 offensive possessions and going 3 and out and giving the Seminole offense the ball in such good field position. The Noles took the ball the first time, drove 58 yards to score a touchdown, and now they have the ball for the second time at the 34-yard line, looking to go up 14-0.
All-new Chrysler Sebring sedan. Proof that it's not the destination, it's the drive. Now lease the Chrysler Sebring LX sedan for $259 a month.
It is more than a trial by fire. It is a rite of passage. And if you can master your fear, outsmart your enemy, and never yield even to yourself, you will be changed forever. The few, the proud, the Marines.
Okay, DJ, I'm ready for you. What's the game?
I'll see boomerangs.
Boomerangs? I think I prefer football.
So what are you doing here?
I came here for the big juicy steaks. How about you?
I want that shrimp on the Barbie.
Ah, let's go eat.
Outback Steakhouse, no rules, just right. Outback Steakhouse.
They're back.
Travis Henry returns as one of the best backs in the nation. See enough to propel the Vols over their SEC rivals.
Tennessee versus LSU at 7:30 next Saturday on ESPN.
ESPN's presentation of Thursday night primetime college football is brought to you by Holiday Inn, who gives you more, and more is better. And by Dodge. In a perfect world, everything would be different.
So good to bring Thursday Night Football to the ACC. We're between Baltimore and Washington in College Park, Maryland. The Noles on the attack and looking for running room. It's Travis Minor. And not much there. It's Durand Roundtree, the sophomore from right down the road in Baltimore, on the tackle. And here's Dr. Punch on the sideline.
Thank you, Michael. Over to the Seminole bench, they can rest a little easier on the senior defensive end, David Warren. Concerned early in the year when he missed BYU because of some lower back problems. Not a back problem at all. Need in the helmet, a little groggy. He's fine. He'll be back in next series.
Good news, Jerry. Thank you. 4 receivers. And this is where the Noles are so dangerous. Flag is down as Bolden goes up the middle of the field and explodes to the 5. Anquan Bolden the catch. The safety, Tony Jackson, the tackle. Let's check the laundry after the 29-yard pickup. Kirk showed you the list of the first half possessions in the win seen on ESPN2 against Louisville, and that's one of the examples. It's always one little something on each drive for Florida State in the last couple of weeks.
Well, Mark Richt, their offensive coordinator, feels that they can be tremendous offensively, obviously with so many players back from a year ago. But they have been self-destructing at times, and Bobby Bowden is frustrated with it, and he wants to be able to get this thing rectified before they get into a game against Miami and some of the bigger games.
Florida State coach's box up here on the press deck. 2nd and 14 coming up after the 5-yard flag. In motion comes Maddox. Screen set up. Minor past a couple of Turks. Nice tackle from behind at the 26-yard line. It's Mike Whaley, redshirt freshman out of Lexington, South Carolina.
What makes the Florida State offense so dynamic is you notice a little screen pass, a little draw play, a little swing pass. Kirk, the thing that's amazing to me at Florida State and Winky is he's so accurate. A lot of people think these passes are easy to throw. Those are hard passes to complete, and he does it unbelievably, doesn't he? He is very, very accurate.
That's where he's improved probably the most from last year to this year.
3rd and 1. The fullback who scored the touchdown earlier. McCray picks up the first down. E.J. Henderson had him held up there for the Maryland defense, along with Marlon Moyer-Moore. But it's a first down for the Noles.
When I talked to Chris this morning, I said, where's the biggest change in your game? He said, you know what, 2 years ago when I was a starting quarterback, I was just mainly worried about my receivers. and my running backs. And then last year, I got a better feel for the defense and what the secondary was doing. He said, now this year, everything is slowed down. I know what the front's doing. I know what the secondary is doing. I know what all 22 guys on the field are doing. And that helps him to understand the offense better.
Indication that Carlos Thomas, the senior tackle, may have rocked a little bit too much.
Prior to the snap, false start, offense, 5 yards, and it's still first down.
Chris Weinke was also talking today about these situations right here where they need to be patient offensively. They've got the firepower to score a touchdown on almost every snap. They just have to harness it and use it at the right moment. First and 15, the run with Minor to the 23-yard line. He's not a big back, but he's not a little scat back either. He can put his head down and knock you down as well.
What makes Travis Minor so good is having the ability to throw in Jeff Chaney. Jeff Chaney is a complement. They're very similar. They both have the ability to break tackles. Also similar size.
I think a lot of people forget he is 6'1" and a solid 190. So play pass on 2nd and 10. Good coverage. Weinke will just take this out of bounds. Aaron Thompson was chasing him. Weinke took a hit right at the sidelines against Louisville last week, and that was one they smarted on Chris, and he has smartened up a little bit. Nothing there, get out. Important snap here for the Terps defense, 3rd and a dozen. They give you no chance to breathe defensively. Against the 4-man rush, tons of time. Good coverage back there, and Weinke goes down. Chris Jenkins, the senior from Belleville High School in Ypsilanti, Michigan, forces 4th down.
Maryland did a good job in this situation because what they did is they double covered the wideouts. Notice on the top part of your picture, number 20 is going down to the inside, and there he's double covered. Excellent position by the secondary to cover number 20. Most important thing, Nick Maddox, remember, number 20 was a great high school running back that they made a receiver. Now, this is where they miss Sebastian Janikowski the most. I got it in, didn't I?
You got it twice now.
5 minutes and 27 seconds.
They were also missing an 11th player to block on the offensive line, so Florida State burns a 2nd timeout, a 44-yard field goal when we come back.
You know what? It's decision time.
You have to decide. Are you going to get that body in shape or just let it slide?
There's an easy way to do it. The secret is Bowflex. Bowflex is about strength training, working out to get stronger and build muscle.
You burn calories, and it reshapes your body.
Over 60 different Health Club quality exercises, all in one easy-to-use machine.
Bowflex, it's for real.
You look great.
It actually works.
This feels great.
Hey, I'm 42, and I'm in better shape now than I was at 22.
You just feel better about yourself.
Hey, you want to lose weight?
Get the results you want. Bowflex will work.
You just have to try.
Bowflex is the only choice for home fitness.
Call now for a free video and brochure, or go online at BowflexDirect.com. Get started with no money down and payments as low as $33 per month.
Bowflex. Who says change isn't easy?
What happened? All I said was you can't use a nickel defense to defend a 5-wide formation.
Really don't know anything about women, do you?
Deuce is loose in Philly, but Jamal and the Dirty Birds hope to win with an offensive arsenal of their own. It's the Falcons versus the Eagles at 8:30 on ESPN Sunday Night Football. It's football after dark.
Well, Bobby Bowden did a little sampling of the kickers on his roster before settling on the freshman, Matt Munyon. He will try here a 44-yard field goal, just 1 of 4 for Munyon, and the team is 3 of 6 on field goals this year. From 44, that's right down the middle, and long enough for 3.
Uh-huh. Now what do you say, Lee?
Great kick. I told you that they had a good kicker, and they were going to make a change. Now, let's take a look at Munyon's head, because remember, Bobby Bowden said he started coaching this guy now. Bobby is the guy that got this keep your eye on the kicker's head right there, and if it's down. Yes, Bobby Bowden said he saw a newspaper article and a picture, right? This is amazing. He saw the article and went to his kicker and said, yo, you got your head coming up, and Bobby is a tremendous golfer that knows that Curtis Strange would have told him, Mike Tirico, keep your head down.
Just like you putt. When you're putting, if you're in a bad putting rut, keep your head down so you're through the ball. Try to hear it go in the hole, Bobby said.
That's right.
That's the golf analogy to it. And it worked there. Curtis is watching tonight, by the way.
Good.
He and Mike Hulbert are playing in the Buick Challenge on ESPN, and they said they'd be watching.
But you know, people would not believe that Bobby Bowden got a picture in the paper to find out what was wrong with his kicker.
He was reading the newspaper.
Reading the newspaper. Is that true or am I lying?
That's right.
If he's
Lou Groza taking the grass off the shoe.
Remember, but he forgot to tell.
Conventional.
Straight on. With the soccer kicker, you take the grass off your shoe and you break your back.
He called him a sidewinder.
Yeah.
See those win numbers for Bobby Bowden, who needs 16 in his quest to pass Bear Bryant on the all-time list. The Bear is Bobby's idol. And he will have a chance in the next couple of years to pass him in the all-time win total. Of course, Joe Paterno with that opportunity as well. Munyon's kick, and Mukala Sikyala, the backup running back, couldn't hang on, so he'll take a knee, and we'll take it out to the 20 for the Terps' third possession. Tomorrow night, a college football classic on ESPN Classic. Take it to New Orleans for the 92 Sugar Bowl. The Florida Gators take on the Jerome Bettis-led Fighting Irish of Notre Dame. Should I tell them who won or just make them watch if they don't remember?
No, you can't tell.
All right, make them watch.
It was a tie, wasn't it?
1-800-Classic for ESPN
Now,
Classic.
is that changing from Wednesday to Friday? Is it on every Friday, or is it just...
That may be, it's a late night Friday bonus. The Wednesday game's always there.
Wednesday's still there. We're still solid at 9 o'clock.
That's the Friday late night for you to get ready for game day.
Okay.
It's just
Between
for you.
that and the NFL Edge.
Yes.
Golf.
Take you back to the snap for 1st and 10. And a 5-yard, 6-yard run for Lamont Jordan. 2nd and 4 coming up. Maryland's 2-1. They beat Temple and Middle Tennessee State, but Calvin McCall, the quarterback, didn't start the game against Temple. It was Sean Hill, a junior college transfer. The reason McCall didn't start was he broke a team rule. He came in the second half and closed the game out. He's been the quarterback ever since. Hill was injured in that Temple game, hurt his shoulder. He's dressed, but likely not to play tonight. 2nd and 4. First down catch. And then dropped by Jafar Williams. It's ruled incomplete. Williams had it. The redshirt freshman dropped it.
The redshirt freshman got nervous. That's called Brian Allen disease right there. That's called hearing footsteps and being a little bit concerned of coming into that seam, into where that linebacker kind of hangs out there, Brian Allen.
That's one of the problems you have when you show your team films and tapes. You know what? Don't show them the tape. The last guy went in there, didn't come out.
Every Sports Center highlight is going to show Florida State hurting somebody.
3rd and 4. Incomplete. Had Scooter Monroe for a first down. He dropped it before the punch. Here's Chris Fowler. Chris, what do you have for us?
Well, the Terps have handed the mighty Owls of Temple their only loss so far. You don't go to Franklin Field and slap around Temple anymore. This is Tenardo Sharps, their big play weapon. 66-yard touchdown run. Bowden's old school down by a field goal, fellas.
They're not playing that at the vet?
No, they're at Franklin Field. And like Chris said, you don't go there, especially on a Thursday night, and think you're going to knock off an improved Temple team at 3-1, which could be a bowl team, the last spot in the Big East this year.
Get carried away.
Brooks Bernard. He's been too busy for Maryland's liking. Nick Maddox is back to catch this one. Nice hang time. The 26. Nick Maddox to the outside. Tried to get back to the inside. Pulled down by a face mask from Rod Little, the starting strong safety, who pushes with Baltimore native Tommy Polley, but that may have been the king size 15-yard face mask by Little.
Got a pretty good chunk there, didn't he? I mean, this is getting the whole handful. If you're going to do it, I mean, this.
Ooh, that's dangerous.
Yeah, Rod Little's, that's 15.
That's going to be another possession starting in great field position. You can go on to ESPN.com and check out the hidden video nominees for this week. Maybe the best block of the year, a fake punt to win a game between Swarthmore and Gettysburg, or some cold, hard cash in the Eastern New Mexico game. You don't believe us? Log on to ESPN.com, watch the video, or wait till Chris shows it to you at halftime. Vote for the winner that we'll announce in the fourth quarter. Out of the backfield, it's dropped by Jeff Chaney, the reserve tailback in the game for Travis Minor.
You'll notice Chris Weinke, almost every throw he has made tonight is underneath 10 yards. It has a lot to do with learning from last week offensively, the mistakes they made of trying to throw the ball downfield into that deep coverage. This week, they're going underneath that soft coverage.
Second and 10 with space. Over the line and out of bounds. Weinke knew he was over the line, but that pump fake still freezing the linebacker, allowing Chris to gain a couple of more yards. Jerome Cox over there.
Now, one of the things that I like about Weinke is the fact that now that he's got that weight off, he's got some nice movement. Watch as he breaks it to the left here. The reason he gives the pump fake is to keep that linebacker back. Watch. That's just enough to let him get that extra 4 yards.
The best part about that is 2 yards across the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
Those defensive guys, they don't care. They'll still fall for it.
They'll go for the punt.
3rd and 3. Incomplete. Anquan Bolden tried to come back, and a flag is thrown as Bolden was battling with the redshirt freshman Jerome Cox. It may be offensive. Look at Jerome. On the sophomore Bolden. Want to decline this because from here it would be a 55-yard field goal attempt.
Well, into cover two, the corner that's rolled up tight like that, very, very difficult to try to hit a quick hitch out there. And that was a timing ball where Chris tried to throw the ball before Anquan Bolden made his cut. They're going to get Bolden for pushing off.
Lee, what do you want to do here? It would be a 55-yard field goal.
Punt it.
Facing 4th and 3, though. Florida State will go for it 4th and 3.
Punt it. I'd punt the ball back down, and it won't make a first down. Now you got the next time the guy returns the punt for the kickoff.
He's going to take the walk-off, give him 3rd and long, because Florida State is very much in their comfort zone at 4th and 3. Hey, we'll just, dadgum it, we'll go for it.
Oh, sure.
Well, dadgum better start getting ready for Miami, because 4th and 3 against Miami ain't going to work. I just thought I'd mention it.
You getting nervous?
No, I'm getting nervous because they can't play this game like they're going to beat Miami next week. They got to win this one first.
That's right. That's right.
And they got to play it like it's a tough team.
That's right.
Coach him up. Instead of 4th and 3, it's 3rd and 18, and there are 8 in coverage for Maryland. Nowhere to throw for Weinke. Pulled down. E.J. Henderson.
This is the way teams that don't have extreme athletes at the cornerback position are going to play them. They're rushing 4 and dropping 7. They have the backs covered up tight. They have the receivers downfield, in a lot of cases double covered with a cornerback and a safety. Makes it very difficult to execute this offense the way teams are defending them right now.
Keith Cottrell, the senior, to punt. 43-yard kick taken by Julian Gary. You're not reversing field against the Noles. Tackle made by reserve defensive back Rufus Brown. Here's Dr. Jerry Punch on the sideline.
As we told you at the top of the show, Lamont Jordan, that impressive year a year ago, All-American candidate, Heisman Trophy candidate, over 1,600 yards rushing. But last year, he had 2 second-team All-ACC offensive linemen, Brad Messina and Jamie Wu. They are gone. And 4 of his 5 front hogs have been beaten up through most of the year. 4 of the 5 have missed time in practice. He's got 3 on bad wheels. A tough front line to run behind against the Seminoles of Florida State. Mike?
One of the many reasons, Jerry, as you see an offensive line mistake right there by one of those players, Todd White, a sophomore at left guard. It drops him back 5 yards. So many people have asked, why is Lamont Jordan not picked up where he left off last year?
A dead ball foul. False start. Offense, 5 yards, and it's still first down.
In listening to everyone this week, I would say that what Jerry talked about is one significant reason. Sitting out a bunch, 8-man front, not as much option. You combine all of those things, and you're not going to be as good as you were last year.
And you know what's great? He points to himself, and he says he's dancing too much instead of closing his eyes and running hard.
Trying to find an opening there, but Tommy Polly and Brian Allen, senior stud linebackers for the Noles, were there and waited.
Kind of tells you a little bit about his attitude. He didn't hesitate when we asked him why the lack of production early in the year. He said, I'm moving around too much. I'm trying to hit the big hitter, live up to the hype. I need to just lower my head and pick up 3 yards, 5 yards.
Jordan started the season as the all-time leading rusher among active players. But you see the yards per carry have come down this year, and he's been passed by TCU's LaDainian Tomlinson. Calvin McCall's second down pass is incomplete. Well, Maryland's got nothing going offensively here.
Calvin McCall, as you know, Kirk, when he does that or points to his number, that means my fault. That guy was, the receiver was wide open. Calvin McCall did not throw the ball straight because of the pressure.
If they can protect, they've had some receivers open downfield. They haven't completed a pass yet.
McCall is 0 for 5. He's from Miami, Florida. He really is interested in playing against the Noles. It shows some interest in him as a defensive back. Again, injured for their game last year, so he wanted a chance to play against the mighty Noles. Little option. Late pitch, bad pitch, fumble. Seminole ball. Tommy Polly. And Florida State will take over in the red zone. The offense will get it at the 17. Bad option football there. There's Tommy Polly's mom, the Baltimore native. Has 80 family and friends here at the game tonight.
McCall was a little careless with the football here. 3rd and long, running the option out of the shotgun. Good call. Gets around Warren, but then here just kind of flicks it out there. The ball goes high. Jordan could not find the ball. He's lucky he even got a hand on it in that case. Florida State, another opportunity. Great field position.
Noles have had the ball 4 times, 3 times, taking over Maryland territory. Minor across the 10.
Number 23, Travis
8 first down yards for Travis.
You know what? I think it's time for Florida State to just go back and, as Lee says, roll up your sleeves and show them you're a man. They're going to start running the football. If Maryland's going to sit back and play that kind of defense, then I think they're going to go back to the eye and run the football.
We know who loves this. Bobby. Get the eye, boys, and run at him. First down and goal. Minor to the 5. Flag is down, though. Right where the ball was snapped.
Number 30, Carl Cox. Number 13, Sean Fortang. First down.
It's a hold on the Noles. And again, penalties. What Mark Richt talked about last week, the frustration of it.
Let me tell you another reason why that happens. Florida State expects to beat Maryland. And nobody can tell those guys.
Holding by the offense, 10 yards from the spot. Repeat, second down.
No matter how many Bobby Bowden tells them it's going to be a tough game, they expect to win this ball game, and they're not focused. I'll guarantee you, when they get against Miami or a good football team,
they'll be focused.
They'll be focused.
No,
and they won't have those little bitty penalties, that guy moving off in the right tackle. Watch it. It happens every time in football. When a team is not focused, they do little stupid things.
Brings some heat. Wakey gets it away. Incomplete. Akonlawan on the coverage, and the junior was defending Marvin Minnis, the senior from Miami. Coverage by Tony.
That's a perfect situation where they run a linebacker. Watch number 42, Henderson, come up there to take the Blacks block, and then the second linebacker comes through, number 35.
Hello.
Mo Yebor. Pretty good. I was slow, but I got it.
3rd and 12. They set up a screen, but Wakey is sacked for the 4th time tonight. Aaron Thompson's 4th sack of the game, of the season, excuse me. The fullback McRae couldn't stop the oncoming junior. And they lost 17. And they have to punt now.
They like to move him to the outside in a case like this just to be able to get more pressure on the quarterback. Aaron Thompson, typically an outside linebacker. And I'll tell you what, I think Florida State's offensive line right now is looking around saying, they didn't look this quick on film, guys, but they are really getting after Chris Weinke.
Keith Cottrell ready to kick again. Try to pin one inside the 20, obviously. Oh, nice. Oh. Absolutely textbook. Maryland will start from its own
Out of
one.
bounds, inside the 2.
Well done by the senior as one of the loneliest positions in college football, punter for Florida State. The Seminoles are usually doing big things. Do you think Florida State can honestly just pick up and turn it on when they play Miami if they're kind of lethargic in some of these games?
No, I don't think they can. I think one of the problems they have right now, they scored too quick, too fast. They're 10-0 ahead. They're knocking these guys all over. They got to back up to the 1. I don't think they're playing focused football.
I'm going to send him in at halftime to crank the troops up. He's saying he doesn't think they can turn it on next week, but he's going to pick Florida State anyway.
Well, we'll see.
From the 1. Lucky to get out of the end zone.
You know what's amazing is the field position that they've had, and yet they only have 10 points.
And also remember this point. I think the defense has scored some way in 4 straight games, right? 5 straight games? This is it, Mike. This is the chance for the defense to score right here.
They take a lot of pride in that, too. That's a big thing for this defense.
They had safeties against BYU and Georgia Tech in the first 2 games of the season. Well, one thing they've done all through 2000, they continue to do in this first quarter with a 10-0 lead, is get on the opponents and dominate them early. Florida State off to a nice first quarter start. After 1, they continue to walk the walk and talk the talk, leading 10-0.
Monday Night Countdown, every week at 7:30 on ESPN.
When we built our house, we found a lot that was just perfect.
Yeah, well, it was the worst sight I'd ever seen.
We loved the view, and the sunsets are incredible.
The weather is brutal.
It had everything.
Earthquakes, tidal waves, horizontal rain.
We wanted lots of windows.
I insisted on Andersen windows.
At Andersen, we appreciate the builders who, time after time, make it look easy.
We're still in love with this house.
And I'm still recovering.
Worry-proof, time-proof. Andersen Windows.
Losing 5-star certification. It's what every 5-star certified retailer fears most.
Why didn't you call those people back?
Yeah, Dave.
Yeah. So why didn't you listen to customers' feedback?
Why don't you study?
How's it going, Dave?
I'm okay.
5-star. With mandatory annual audits, only our best stay certified. It's better. We'll prove it.
Hey, do you guys like to trade stocks?
Yeah.
So, you trade stocks frequently?
Frequently.
Frequent traders love Power E-Trade. You get free NASDAQ Level 2 quotes, real-time streaming portfolios, and a free DSL connection that's 50 times faster than most modems. Bang, like that, like wham. So, how does $4.95 a trade sound? Good?
Wow. Love it.
Sign up with Power E-Trade right now and get 25 trades. Very powerful.
Make plans now to enjoy a Maryland Fog getaway. Start by calling 1-800-MD-IS-FUN for your free vacation guide and a free coupon book containing hundreds of dollars in exciting travel discounts. Call 1-800-MD-IS-FUN.
Funnin' and dining, dancing, romancing, everything's better the closer together. 1-800-MD-IS-FUN.
Florida State leads 10-0 as we start the second quarter. Maryland has been starting inside its own 20 all game. This drive started at the 1. Now from the 2, Kalapinski goes nowhere. Before third down, Jerry punch at the end of the quarter with Bobby Bowden.
Coach, for the second week in a row, the offense sputtering a little bit here in the first quarter.
No, the penalties. We've taken the ball to the 2-yard line twice with a penalty. If we don't stop penalizing, that 10 points might be the last you see up there.
They're concerned about stopping yourself, what you talked about today, stopping ourselves.
Oh, that's right. We think we've got the talent to move the ball and execute, but we've taken it down the goal line twice and got a penalty that brought it back. And if we don't quit getting penalized, we'll be another struggle.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
Bobby's angry.
He is. He should be.
Third down. Watch out for the safety. Reynolds knocked it out of the back of the end zone. And there it is, Lee, for the 6th consecutive game. All 5 this year. Florida State defense scores. And that's the 3rd safety of the year.
This Florida State defense takes as much pride in scoring and trying to outscore their opponent than they do in anything else. Look at Mickey Andrews, how excited he is. Maybe that'll take some of the pressure off Coach and how his hostility is. Jamal Reynolds from the outside, already 9 sacks on the year. Quickness, speed, strength, upper body strength. Look how quick he gets in there before McCall can even get rid of the football. He gets to him and gets to safety.
From a coach's standpoint, let me explain something to you guys. Number one, offensively, if you're not focused, you don't play well. But on defense, you play with reckless abandon, and it doesn't show. That's why Florida State is not playing very well offensively. They're not focused. The defense don't have to be focused. All they have to do is get after the ball. Exactly. And that's why Florida State looks average on offense tonight and sensational on defense.
And that's kind of been a reoccurring theme. I know last week against Louisville was the defense that was really looking good and the offense struggling.
Jamal Reynolds, for a happy family watching Jamal, gets his 2nd safety cause on the season, and there was a backup tight end in there trying to block him one-on-one.
Yeah.
No chance. Reynolds, as impressive a player, Jamal Reynolds told us today his focus towards the future in the NFL, not being a first-round draft pick, being a top 3 draft pick. You never hear kids talk like that, but he knows he has the ability and the pedigree in this system to be one of those top 3 players taken in the NFL draft.
People that follow Florida State know that as soon as Peter Boulware and Andre Wadsworth left, everybody turned their attention to Roland Seymour and Jamal Reynolds. And both have been good at times, but this is the first year you're seeing Jamal Reynolds dominate the way I think a lot of Knowles fans expected him to a couple years ago.
Free kick for the kickoff for the free kick, and Coleman Gardner takes it back across the 40 to the 42. They'll have great field position yet again. The offense is sputtering, the defense and the special teams put you in a hole. Ask the Terps.
It all comes down to this ball, the 14-yard line. No timeouts left.
Tostitos? The exhilarating taste of new spicy quesadilla Tostitos chips.
Fight, and march down the field. File up the touch.
It's fun for everyone. Dig in, kick back, Tostitos. Looking for a little more excitement this season?
Enjoy the most football with DirecTV and NFL Sunday Ticket at Circuit City. You'll get up to 13 games every Sunday, and right now you can save up to $400. Get your DirecTV system at Circuit City, subscribe to Total Choice Platinum Programming and NFL Sunday Ticket, and get free months of Total Choice Platinum. Plus, save $100 on standard professional installation and up to $40 on powered antennas. Now at Circuit City.
Hey, sports fans. Picture yourself wearing this ESPN The Magazine sideline jacket, because it's yours free when you subscribe to ESPN The Magazine. So call now. Get 26 issues, a year's worth, for just $1 an issue. And remember, you'll get this pullover sideline jacket absolutely free. So pick up the phone and call now for ESPN The Magazine and your free sideline jacket. 1-800-556-0606.
Maya Larkin has uncovered an ancient evil.
They've contaminated you, Peter.
Now, she's the only one who can stop its return.
The time of transformation is near. What will happen to me?
You are about to become the Antichrist.
Lost Souls, rated R. Starts Friday, October 13th.
Welcome you back to Bird Stadium. Mike Tirico, Lee Corso, Kirk Herbstreit, Dr. Jerry Punts. Florida State off the safety and the free kick return with a 12-point lead. This Wenke's been sacked 4 times, so it's a home run ball here. Good coverage. But Morgan still gets it and gets a touchdown. Fabulous. Flag is down, back at the line of scrimmage. Maybe a late hit on Wenke. Robert Morgan with a 58-yard score if it stands. Flag thrown there. The referee who threw it, and he's in conversation with the holder. And it was a roughing the passer flag, so it'll stand as Robert Morgan's 2nd touchdown of the year. And for Wenke, touchdown cost 10 in the first 4+ games. Morgan and a true spell went out of the slot position, perhaps the most sure-handed pass catcher of their bunch. Munyon's been okay on these extra points. And Florida State leads by 19.
This could be the thing to get this offense going. They line up in the I formation. They go a little play action. Wenke gets the ball downfield and takes a vicious hit.
Watch Robert Morgan here. I think he does a push-off. Yes, Florida State's as good as anybody in America, and that is illegal play.
Hey, Mark, you order all this food?
Yeah, anywhere. And I don't have any. I'm cash poor.
Your dinner, you pay for it.
We're trying to get a little work done here.
Mark?
Can you add it on to whatever I'm paying you to live here?
Sort of like room service?
Yeah.
What's this look like? A Holiday Inn?
You want room service? You got it. Holiday Inn gives you more, and more is better.
Hey, best man, time for your speech.
I remember Ted's first wedding. He knew his way around. What was the lady's name? Kathy. I feel like I know almost better than Ted.
Don't be a victim of bitter beer. Drink Keystone. America's never bitter beer. Always a great taste, never a bitter face.
Thank you.
Whoa. And thank you.
Keystone. Always smooth, never bitter.
Anna's driving me crazy. Ma chérie, it can't be that bad. She won't eat. She won't nap. I'm telling you, Mamo. No, it's her favorite word.
MCI lets you call Western Europe for just 9 cents a minute all weekend long. So calling family over there is like calling family over here.
You've never seen such a difficult child. Oh, yes, I have.
Call 1-800-476-SAVE to sign up now and get 1 hour of free calling to anywhere in the world.
Travis Henry returns as one of the best backs in the nation. Is he enough to propel the Vols over their SEC rise?
Tennessee versus LSU at 7:30 next Saturday on ESPN.
ESPN's presentation of Thursday night primetime college football is brought to you by Tostitos. Dig in, kick back, stay all season.
Dominant Florida State. Leading the Maryland Terrapins by 19. Maryland has as many points as they have first down. Short kick. Nice return for the starting fullback, Kalapinski, who's pulled down to the 35-yard line. Here's Doc Punch.
Thanks, guys. Visiting on the sidelines with Big Bill Reynolds, who came all the way from Macon, South Carolina, the proud daddy of Jamal Reynolds. And, Bill, I got to ask you, your son's game this year up a notch. What's been the big difference between where he's playing now and where he was playing a year ago?
I think right now he realizes that he's a senior and he has to show that he's a leader on the field instead of depending on Corey Simon, Jerry Johnson, those guys. He was much more of a role player last year. I think right now he just wants to show everybody that he belongs up there with the Peter Boulware and the Andre Walker.
Well, he's certainly showing them tonight. A couple of plays exemplary of what he has been able to do. He's awesome against the run. Take a look here. Earlier tonight, the first quarter, Jamal Reynolds, number 58. Watch him fight through the block. Lamont Jordan, no shot at all. And now watch the move on Calvin McCall for the safety.
Well, he comes off the ball very, very well. He runs a 4.4 340. Very strong against the run. He benches 5'10". And I'm quite sure that's all in his favor.
All right, Dad was also a defensive end at South Carolina State. 2 older brothers who played in college, and those are his idols. One who played at Wake Forest and one who played for Ken Hatfield out of Rice. Mike?
Thank you, Doc. Mr. Reynolds has all the numbers down, too. The 4.43, he's at a 100th of a second. That was a catch by Moses Cruz that lost a yard. 3rd and 11 coming up.
We asked Jamal this morning how he has changed as a player. He's quick to point out he feels like he's more of a leader this year. He feels that role now has been passed on from Corey Simon and some of the other great defensive players, and he's shown that so far early in the season.
Maryland looking for its first down of the night. Corner blitz. Ball fires. Caught. Oh, and 2 yards shy of the first down. Scooter Monroe falls down. It came off the man who was covering the wide receiver, but in fact it was the linebacker Allen coming on the blitz on the natural surface of Byrd Stadium in College Park, Maryland. Near sellout crowd to watch number 2, the defending national champs, Florida State, put their defensive thumb down on the Terps. Florida State looking to improve to 5-0, win their last 2 games by 49 and 31. It's Bernard to kick again. His 6th punt of the night. The bouncer is downed by his defensive back, Jannard Wilson. It's a kick of 34 yards. Florida State back on offense. Turn it over to one of the winningest quarterbacks in college football history.
You know what? It's decision time.
You have to decide. Are you going to get that body in shape or just let it slide?
There's an easy way to do it. The secret is Bowflex.
Bowflex is about strength training, working out to get stronger and build muscle.
You burn calories and it reshapes your body.
Over 60 different Health Club quality exercises, all in one easy-to-use machine.
Bowflex, it's for real.
You look great.
It actually works.
This feels great.
Hey, I'm 42, and I'm in better shape now than I was at 22.
You just feel better about yourself.
Hey, you want to lose weight?
Get the results you want. Bowflex will work.
You just have to try.
Bowflex is the only choice for home fitness.
Call now for a free video and brochure, or go online at BowflexDirect.com. Get started with no money down and payments as low as $33 per month.
Bowflex. Who says change isn't easy?
ESPN's 2-Minute Drill, the ultimate sports quiz show, Mondays at 7.
Led by the offensive line, Florida State ready to take over in its poor starting field position of the half. At its own 22, up 19-0 on Maryland. Jeff Chaney, the senior, breaks into the clear. He's pulled down at midfield by about 4 Maryland Terrapin defenders. Aaron Thompson got those first arms around him, but come out on first down, deep in your own territory, and gain 30, just like that.
Interesting here, again in the I formation, the tendencies of Mark Richt's offense when he gets into the I, toss sweep, run the football. Here they get a big gainer from Chaney. Remember, the last play on offense came out of the I, and they baited him with play action, went over the top of the secondary, thinking it would be a run in the I formation.
Toss Chaney. No contact for 8 or 10 yards on these runs. He gets down to the 35-yard line. 15 yards there.
So the key block on this is by number 85, Ryan Sprague, the tight end. You can't run the UCLA or the USC toss without the tight end blocking him. Right there, Ryan Sprague has made 2 good blocks in a row, 6'5", 280 from Augusta, Georgia. That kid's a nice-looking blocker. Watch him come off the right-hand side of your picture right there. He gets in good position and takes the end wherever he wants to go. That's terrific blocking by Ryan Sprague.
Cheney's first contact is made by E.J. Henderson, the sophomore defender. But it's still 5 yards.
This is the way Florida State's going to have to attack a lot of these defenses they face, is just by running the football, getting into that eye, but they can still throw the ball effectively from it. We saw the long touchdown pass. Defenses have a little bit more of a tendency to get crowded to the line, and once they do that, that's when they have them, they bait them, and they go over the top.
Remember, they're running against Maryland. Just want to remind you.
I know.
Just want to remind you.
2nd and 6, the fullback McCray gains a couple. It's kind of pick your poison if you are a defensive coordinator and how you're going to allow Florida State to come down the field. And one thing this avails you to defensively is now Florida State's got to go 8, 9, 10 plays. And if Mark Richt's offense makes one of the mistakes that Lee has been pointing out offensively, well, now you give him more chances to make a mistake, perhaps get a sack on Winky if you have good coverage, and maybe force the ball out on them.
When they get against Clemson, Miami, and Florida, they're going to have a balanced offense to win those games. I'm telling you right now.
That's because those are the only 3 teams that they're going to play that's going to try to match them athlete to athlete on the perimeter.
3rd and 3, razzle dazzle. Maryland didn't go for it. Winky just put it up in the air.
That's right.
And it's incomplete.
That's it, Wink.
He just got rid of that where nobody could catch it to avoid the sack, but Maryland was very disciplined defensively. We mentioned Chris Leonkirk will be in Ann Arbor for the Wisconsin-Michigan game. Starts a doubleheader on ABC. Oklahoma State against Texas, the second game. Split the country 4 ways. Everyone gets one of these games, headlined by Purdue and Penn State. Great one in the Pac-10, Washington, Oregon. And those of you on the West Coast will get a second game after Washington, Oregon. Air Force, UNLV. That's Saturday's doubleheader on ABC.
Watch Kansas State.
Watch Oregon.
Watch all the games. 4th and 3. Going for it. Incomplete. And the Maryland defense. Reason to feel good. Florida State has to try to go the long field, and on 4th and 3, they're stopped.
Morgan here goes up into the air. Tough catch. That ball in slow motion looks easy to catch, but when it's coming about 85 miles an hour, it's tough to grab.
The reason it's tough to catch is his body's going one way and his hands got to go back the other. That's a tough catch. That pass was not a good pass by Chris Winky.
It's going to happen here. Maryland will get a first down on this drive.
Forget about it.
The 29, little razzle dazzle. Jordan, who's thrown passes before, is well covered by Florida State. And the play loses 4 yards. No fooling the Noles, especially with Jordan, who's attempted a couple of passes this year and about a half dozen in his career.
This is what is so great about Florida State's defense. Not only are they lightning quick and aggressive, look at the discipline. They're prepared for a reverse third. They got everybody covered. The quarterback's covered by Jamal Reynolds. They have the receivers downfield covered. And you would think that because you're aggressive, you're going to fly up to make the hit, and yet they have everything downfield covered. Well schooled there by Mickey Andrews.
Play action pass on 2nd and 14. Intercepted. No running room to go for Chris Hope, the free safety who came up and got it. Florida State will take over at the Maryland 28.
Almost another score there from the Florida State defense if he got another block. All the players talk about Chris Hope and what he brings to the secondary as a free safety. He brings the discipline that maybe is lacking at times. He's a little bit more consistent. He doesn't take chances, and he has become a quarterback back there and helping Derek Gibson with the secondary. Watch him here have a feel. As he's looking at the tight end there, eventually number 86, Cruz, comes into his eyes, or into his vision, comes over to make the catch. Chris Hope is a fine secondary player for the Noles.
From the 30, that's a tough pass to throw, and is completed for a first down. Snoop Minnis picked up 11 there. Marvin takes it to the 19. Winky does all the smart things, and your focus on his arm gets forgotten. Well, Hope, who made the interception, is our Circuit City Scholar Athlete of the Week, a 3.8 GPA in communications. Young man out of Rock Hill, South Carolina, an academic All-American candidate. William McCray, the fullback, runs it to the 13-yard line.
For an offense that's struggling, sure isn't bad getting the ball around the 20-yard line about every series.
The thing that impressed me about Hope that time is the fact the way he caught the football. Most of the backs we've seen drop those. Great receiver, too, boy.
2nd and 5. Travis Minor. 5 to the 10. Struggling. This struggling offense is averaging 37 a game.
Right.
Let me go back to what I said right at the beginning of the game. In this era of parity, when MAC schools go into the Big Ten and win, and upsets happen all over the country, and they're less shocking because they're more common, Florida State is a dominant team for this generation. Again, you know the numbers of how Bobby Bowden's teams have finished in the top 4 of the polls every year of the 90s and then some. And here in the ACC, it's just been completely out of control. Carrying would-be tacklers to the end zone. McCray is pulled down finally at the 2, but it will be 1st and goal.
You know, Lee disagrees with me, but you said, can Florida State turn it on in one game when they play the big game? My opinion is yes, they can. They've done it for years. They seem to kind of get through games like this, and all of a sudden a week later you'll see them play against a Miami or a Florida, and all of a sudden they look like a different team because the emotion is there. They come out there with a little bit more of an attitude because their pride's on the line, and games like this are just doing enough to get by in a lot of cases.
Also, Bobby Bowden scheduled this game so he gets 2 extra days of practice against the Miami Hurricanes. I just thought I'd mention it.
Quick count, McCray, 2nd rushing touchdown of the night. 4th of the season for the junior from Jacksonville.
As Tommy Bowden would say to his dad, who are you scrimmaging tonight? Remember, he's giving his dad touches.
Tommy's had plenty of scrimmages this year, right?
The interception by Hope leads to a short and quick touchdown drive for William McCray. Satisfying for that young man. Coming back from that severe ankle injury at the end of the season. Munyon Lee missed an extra point.
Like Bobby said, just the extra points.
Now, I know you guys think I'm crazy, but that kind of kick right there could cost these guys the national title. They could play defense, they could run it, they could do everything, but they can't kick an extra point. Yo!
What is the technology behind broadband? Texas Instruments Programmable DSP. Hardware and software that allows companies to integrate voice, video, and data into one seamless connection. It's the power and intelligence that allows you to personalize the web. A digital fountain of youth where an upgrade is just a download away. From the world leader in DSP and analog, Texas Instruments.
1-800-COLLECT presents the coolest way to save on collect calls.
Stop! Stop, stop, stop! Who you calling collect? Dial 1-800-COLLECT. 1-800-COLLECT. Easy, huh? Easy. Hey! It saves the people you call at least $1 or $2. $1 or $2. Got it? That's great. 1-800-COLLECT. As in, collect calls.
1-800-COLLECT, the hip way to save $1 or $2.
You've heard the other parties talk about their plans for America. Some involve going to the right, others the left, still others in the middle. And if you're anything like me, you couldn't care less. That's why I, and millions like me, have formed a new party with no plans, no leadership, no reason for being other than pure self-gratification. The good stuff in life. It's the Las Vegas Freedom Party, where you can do what you want, when you want. Join us.
Tough times for Wally Ake, defensive coordinator for Maryland, with his defensive backs, Jerome Cox and Denard Wilson. Tony O'Conlawan is trying to help out, figure out how do you slow down the Noles. Missed an extra point, but still have a 25-0 lead. Mukala Sikyala, these kickoffs are into the wind slightly, so they're a little bit shorter than normal. Stopped shy of the 20. The special teams tackle for Michael Boulware.
Let's take a look.
Familiar as it should be, Lee.
Excuse me, Mike. Let's take a look the way Florida State's so great. Watch the pursuit. Count the number of men around the football right there. 5. Second, let's watch Jamal Lewis using speed to get the safety. Nope, forget about it. Chris Hope. Watch this, Kurt. Nice hand. That's a great defensive play because of the hands of catching.
You know, when Bobby Bowden makes a statement early in the year like this defense has a chance to be one of his best, people think, how can you get much better? They're already a dominating defense, but I think it's the discipline that goes along with all the athletic ability.
The fullback, Kalapinski, runs for 7 yards. Matt's a senior. Marshfield, Massachusetts. Good New Englander down here in Crab Country. 7th carry of the season. And his second longest game.
One of the biggest additions that Bobby Bowden made was when he signed linebacker coach Joe Kynes. Joe Kynes is one of the best defensive coaches in all of the country, and he brought him with Mickey Andrews, and now they're even better than they have, more discipline. There's a picture of Joe Kynes right there. Excuse me. A little bit too late.
That's right. It's that Florida State defense. It's so quick. That play's a little bit late on him, Coach. 2nd and 4. Hey, it's a first down. Lamont Jordan breaks free. They go the distance. Touchdown. Look at that speed for the big man. Wow. And the Terps are on the board. 74 yards. Brian Kopka on for the extra point. That is one of the lowest good extra points in the history of the sport. That's Maryland's first down of the game. Touchdown counts as the first down in the official stats.
Great blocking on the inside here by Maryland. Going to pull the guard on the backside, France. And watch the block he gets right here on the middle linebacker, Bradley Jennings. Watch France come around, pop Jennings, and once he gets that block, the rest is the most impressive thing here is to watch the speed of Jordan, 5'11", 220 pounds, running away from the secondary of Florida State.
Chris Hope, the guy we just talked about. Now let's watch Jamal Reynolds and see what he does. He comes on an inside slant, really good. But Jeff Duncan, that nice young tight end, a freshman, makes a good block. He's kids from Western Pennsylvania. They think he's going to be a superstar at Maryland someday as a tight end.
Reynolds went to the inside, and Dugan just collapsed right on top of him. Jordan trying to get the guys fired up.
The thing that was impressive, as you brought up, is, you know, Chris Hope can run. And when a guy that weighs 220 pounds named Jordan outruns that guy, that's a pretty good football player. I'll bet you $1,000.
The first rounder.
First rounder. Every pro scout put a big mark on that one. The kid's got the speed to break the big one.
And there are plenty of pro scouts here, 21 in all. Talking to a bunch of them down there on the field before the game. Return to the 21-yard line for 21, Coleman Gardner, and from out under the turtle shell, Maryland showing some emotion here, late second quarter. Remember, you have the opportunity at ESPN.com to control a day in the life of Fowler, Corso, and Herb Street. Where should they take College Game Day 1 week from Saturday? To the Florida State-Miami game, Oklahoma, Texas, the old Red River rivalry, Oregon State in Seattle, or Ohio State in Madtown. Log on to ESPN.com. Monday, you'll get the final results.
We just voted.
Both of you logged on and voted. That's good. I agree. See you at the OB. Jeff Chaney, first down run, 4 yards. E.J. Henderson and Mike Whaley, the linebackers, swarm to the ball. Maryland hoping to get a defensive stop, try to make something happen, and get it within 2 scores at halftime.
Well, that Henderson, we talked to him. He's a fine-looking football player. He's 6'2", 229 pounds, from Aberdeen, Maryland. They think he's a very fine pro prospect, and he's only a sophomore.
Enjoyed our visit with him a couple of days ago. There is Chaney running to the 30-yard line. He'll be right at the first down mark. We have QB mail and Lee mail. You can log on to ESPN.com, ask my esteemed traveling companion some questions. And we're going to have one for Coach here right now. Bill from Brooksville, Florida, Lee, wants to know what is a terrapin.
They can see that's a big turtle. It's a giant turtle right there. I used to work at this place, and I used to live right over there in the end zone. In the top corner, I used to live there, and that turtle, I used to see him every night right there. I did.
Now, where did you live here?
I lived right, wait a minute. I lived right here, 3rd floor, suite. Suite. There's a suite roof, so I had a nice suite. My bathroom was the locker room, but that wasn't too bad.
Now, you were an assistant coach at that time?
I was assistant coach at Maryland. I was 23 years old, and I lived right there. I'm telling you, it was great. I used to walk up to my office, come back, rub the turtle.
That building is old school then.
That tell you what, that building's old. It's really old.
He had a quick commute to work. Didn't have to fight the traffic on the Beltway.
Walked up to Cole Fieldhouse.
Half a yard for the first down and 3rd and short. And the fullback, William McRae, is going to get it across the 31-yard line. What years were you here, Lee, as an assistant coach?
1959 through 1960. Oh, my gosh. Isn't that nice?
There you are right there.
Look at that. Is that a handsome-looking guy or what?
Look at that.
That's
good.
Man.
We should all look that good 39 years from now, Coach.
You know what?
Pretty good there. And
I was 23 years old there, and my coach, Tom Nugent, brought me here as an assistant coach, and I loved every moment of it.
The Scooter looking young there.
I'm telling you. Well, I was young.
Jet black hair, looking good.
23 years old. It's Italian Stallion.
1st and 10 now for Winky and company, and Jeff Cheney bounced it out. Down the sideline. O'Connell had the angle. Cheney cut back. There's a flag down way back at the line, but a spectacular run by Cheney is stopped at the 1-yard line. Again, we have a flag down right back at the line of scrimmage. It was a 67-yard run, but a lot of people are hanging out this end of the field. It's coming back. Cheney is also a senior, like Travis Minor, and Bobby just wants to ask the head linesman, Terry Hudspeth, who the flag was on. I think we know the theme of Bobby's halftime address to the troops. The offensive penalties that keep a great unit from being dominant.
The picture you had on the sideline, that was Jimmy Higgins. He's the offensive line coach, and that's why he was so upset that he called it somebody on the inside of the line holding.
He needs to get all the way out to the 41 for a first down, but have a few downs to do it. The hole comes from the spot of the foul. 1st and 19 now. And Quan Bolden, first down across midfield into the 45-yard line. Need 19. Let's go to Bolden and get 33. Here's Doc Punch.
Guys, in Tallahassee, we have a tradition on Monday nights. It's called disciplines, where a player, if he has a penalty called against him, he has a personal foul, he makes a mental mistake, he ends up running gases. If the stadium says, or all of the above, I better believe Bobby Bowden's making a long list for Monday night's disciplines in Tallahassee.
Bobby's got a serious stomp going down that sideline, even though he's up 18. Travis Minor exploding into the secondary and down to the 25. The yardage comes in chunks, seemingly effortlessly.
I want to show you something you can't coach. Travis Minor goes into the hole. The last guy I saw do this was Archie Griffin when I coached him. Watch him, Kirk. As he goes into the line, he'll hesitate. Watch. Right here, and boom, put it in.
Great vision.
Archie Griffin used to do that against me all the time.
With Minor again. Archie, the two-time Heisman winner that you coached against when you were at Indiana.
Twice.
This is elite course, so this is your life. We're going to go through Elite's whole career tonight.
You know what? I don't know about you guys, but the Florida State offense in the I formation against this defense, playing the whole soft zone and keeping the ball in front of them, it seems to have a better rhythm when they're in the I formation and spreading the field all over the place with 4 receivers. They haven't been stopped when they've lined up in this I formation.
Nice tackle on the defensive front.
You
the
jinxed him.
linebacker Henderson came up.
You jinxed him.
That's
He just lost the yard.
I'm saying Andrade killing me.
For those of you who may just be surfing on over to us, is number 2, Florida State leads by 18 points. Chris Weinke has been dominant. The only Maryland first down coming on the Lamont Jordan touchdown on the previous drive.
He's been quiet down here at the bottom, Snoop Minnis.
And a run to this side, and once again, for the 3rd consecutive carry, it's Minor. The average is 4.6 per carry. He gets 4th down in about a yard and a little skosh. not a full yard and a half, it's a yard and a skosh.
People that don't remember this, Travis Minor was from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and his idol was Warrick Dunn, right?
That's right.
And that's why he came to school there, and he's just doing a tremendous job. He's a great human interest story, too. Takes care of his family at home. That's a tremendous football player, but even better
quality person.
Better
quality,
person.
You're right.
4th and a long yard. Technically 2. And Minor kept going to get the 1st down. Kept that play alive long enough to get it. Stu Scott's in the studio for SportsCenter in-game. Stu, what's coming up?
Mike, coming up at halftime, we'll have a Sydney update. Marion Jones looking for 2 for 2 in her gold medal quest. The U.S. women's soccer team looking to avoid an upset. College football. Are these Temple Owls for real? Looking for their first winning season in 10 years. And wait till you see a hit in hidden video. Mike, we'll see you at halftime.
Okay, Stu, thank you. Chris, Coach, and Rodney will join Stewart as well. Minor takes it across the 10 and to the 7. Florida State has only 1 timeout left here in the final minute.
Taking their time, I formation, moving the ball down the field.
They can pick up a 1st down at the 4. Fullback McCray, who scored twice already tonight, will set up 1st and goal as they stop the clock. Oh, maybe he didn't get the 1st down.
1 timeout remaining
here. Didn't
here.
get the 1st down. And Florida State forced to take that final timeout. I think the Seminoles thought that he had picked up that 1st down because they were starting to change personnel and get ready for 1st and goal. It has been 3/4 runs to passes. The bottom line is still 25 points and maybe more after this timeout.
As America's population has grown over the last 2 decades.
Although Florida State's out of timeouts, the clock will stop after this 1st down.
As McCray runs it.
Now he needs to get him to the line of scrimmage.
And Florida State is perfect at this. This is what they do all the time.
This is where Chris Weinke shows his experience and maturity. As soon as the whistle blew, you had 2 players come in, 2 players go out, and they're at the line of scrimmage already. The clock has not even started.
Watch for when they blow it ready to play. It'll probably take them a second. 1, 2,
Watch him throw a quick pass right there.
For Etruce Bell, touchdown. Seminoles. That's the 5th of the year for the junior from Jacksonville. That is textbook from the run to the time management to the pass and catch.
Everything was perfect. And again, I'm going to bring up a little point, the way they use their hands, these receivers. Now, if you watch Bell in this situation, watch him, he's come out there, and he'll use it. We'll see it after the kick, but I want you to watch again how they use their hands.
I don't want you to miss any of these Munyon extra points.
That's good.
We got one already. 32-7.
Okay, keep your eye, Kirk and Mike, on the way they use their hands. Watch number 26, Bell, as he comes out there. Watch him use his left hand. Right
Nice
there.
touch.
A little touch. A little bit of push.
You know what I appreciated there? The fact, great play call. You called it this way. If it's incomplete, the clock stops. He threw it into a spot. Bell knew exactly where to go because they practiced this 1,000 times. And the other thing, and the most important thing, Maryland, even though it was 25-7, they were coming off a touchdown. Right there where Bell can make the catch. They're coming off a touchdown. The crowd got back into the game. They stopped Florida State on the kickoff. And what did Chris Weinke do? As we always talk about, he came right back and answered, which is what he's known for since he's been a Florida State quarterback.
That's why I said at the beginning of the year, he was my preseason Heisman Trophy candidate. Right. I'm saying it again right now. The guy does that better than any other football player that I've seen in a long time. He answers the opponent. We said that in the beginning of the show.
Bobby getting ready for the halftime presentation to the players. The mistakes that were made. That touchdown pass, by the way, for Weinke tied Danny Cannell for the school record. 57 touchdown passes. Carlos Sikyala. A little opening. Nice move around Cleavon Thomas. And Munyon, the kicker, was there to bring him down as he crossed midfield. They'll have a shot at the end zone with 6 seconds left.
That's it, Munyon. Munyon, this is for you, Lee. He's hit what, 4 extra points? 4 out of 5.
4 out of 5.
And then he comes up, and that's all about stepping up and making a hit.
Try to wrap.
That's right. That's right. He got trucked, but he got up in there. I like to see that.
5'10", 180 pounds. You notice the way he squatted right there.
Low.
He said, "Come on, baby, let me have you."
Bring it on. He took the side of the chest.
He did.
Took the side of the chest.
One shot at the end zone, or perhaps get some quick yardage and attempt a long field goal. A call against the... Or perhaps get some quick yardage and attempt a long field goal. And a call against the 4-man rush was hit from behind by Reynolds, I believe. Oh, my goodness.
Unfair. It's unfair. My God. He's your guy.
Jamal Reynolds, who earlier helped the safety that was scored with a sack. Wenke was efficient. Saw a lot of runs, but when he threw, it was effective. At the half, Florida State leads by 25. Now SportsCenter in-game, the original Coors halftime report. And in the studio, here's Stu Scott.
Thanks, Mike. We'll get you back out in a little while, but first, SportsCenter.
Saturday, it's 50 years to the day that Byrd Stadium hosted its first football game. Right now, seeing quite a show. Florida State leading 32-7. Mike Lee, Kirk, and Doc ready for the second half. Pretty impressive, wasn't it?
I think Florida State's a very fine football team. Now, seeing compared to Nebraska, I think Florida State's a better football team all around than Nebraska.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I really do. Now, the place kicker could kill them against Nebraska, but I think they're better than Nebraska. I saw Nebraska against Notre Dame, and so did you.
In person.
You already talking Nebraska. They got Miami next week. We'll get down to Nebraska down the road. I think there's a highlight in the second half. Very simple. Lamont Jordan has 83 yards in the first half. Right. They've allowed 2 backs in the last 5 years to get 100 yards. And Jordan's one of them last year, 169. Will he get 17 yards in the second half?
Do you think the defensive players brought that up to each other?
No question. Because that's all they wanted to talk about in our meeting today was how they want to stop him and not allow him to get his yards.
But the reason I said Nebraska, my friend, is they're #1 in the nation, and these guys are #2. And I don't think that's right. I think Florida State should be #1.
Who cares? It doesn't matter. It's September. Let them play.
Nick Maddox.
Just keep winning. That'll take care of it.
Half kickoff to the 18. Here's Doc Punch.
Guys, at halftime, guess what Bobby Bowden was talking about? Yep, penalties, mistakes, offensively shooting themselves in the foot. He said they run the ball well. Defensively, we played great, but offensively, we run the ball well. We got to do a better job with our pass protecting. He said, guys, we're just doing enough to win. We're not really showing anything. Yeah, we're up by 25 points. But this first offensive possession in the second half, we've got to come out and make a physical statement because the whole country's watching. Come out and play physical football. Let's see what we can do in the first drive is key for the second half.
Travis Minor gets stopped for nothing by Chris Jenkins. And what Jerry said speaks to Bobby Bowden's 25 years and success here in the last half of those 25 years. He is the most polite grinder going. And he just wants to beat you. It doesn't matter if you're your blood, your family, your friends. He just wants to beat you.
Wants to win.
And that's why this team is so dominant and has that attitude. It's hard to be that polite and that much of a put-the-hammer-down guy, but he is. Wenke looks for Robert Morgan. Absolutely perfect throw. And I'm not overusing the word perfect. That's a perfect throw.
That was a perfect pass. As you watch Chris Wenke here, Kirk, you've been a quarterback before. He lays that ball up in between cover 2. Cover 2 is when one guy's
right
short.
Here.
Right. Now watch him roll it out and drop it right there. You cannot do that.
NFL.
I mean, that's better than the NFL.
That's beautiful.
Beautiful.
Nice ball.
9 for 13, Wenke, 182 yards. Will he add to it here? Marvin Minnis at the 35-yard line. He's so smooth.
So he throws the last ball perfectly right over the corner's head. This time, he throws this football, and this is where the experience is. Anticipation. He gets back after the play action, one hitch, throws the ball, and you got to appreciate Marvin Minnis did not make his cut until the ball was in the air. That's timing with your receivers.
Wenke gets out of the pocket trouble, put it up, jump ball, touchdown. Jesus Bell.
Winky's pass. For big number 26, Andrew Bell.
Chris is going to have a problem next year when he goes to the NFL because his receivers are going to be a downgrade in terms of their ability to dominate the cornerbacks.
Unless he goes to the Vikings. They'll be all right.
Yeah, with Randy and Chris. They'll be all right, yeah. Andrew Bell with the touchdown catch.
Was that fair, that drive?
That was luck.
Oh, there he
the
goes.
last
There
step.
it goes.
All right, I'm going to show you the last play was luck.
You got to adjust the ball. You got to find it.
Extra point block could be 2 points if Maryland can scoop it and score.
Forget about it.
But they cannot. The block, Jerome Cox couldn't pick it up. 2 missed extra points. It's now 38-7.
I want to show you why I think this play was luck. Chris Winky, first of all, was lucky to get away from it because the Maryland pass rush was very good. And then, watch it, Kurt, he just throws it. He don't even know what, look, he don't even know where it's going. Now,
you know what, though? When you have receivers like Andrew Bell, you're able to do things like that. You put it up in the air, you rely on your receiver to come back to the ball, which he does. Make the catch, get into the end zone. It's simple. Touchdown.
Luck. Luck.
This is a very rare strain of the A5 virus. It produces mRNA, the deadliest of the stem loop structures.
Oh, don't worry, it's not an airborne strain.
Excuse me, how long have you been studying the A5 virus?
Well, I'm not actually a scientist, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Stay smart. Stay at a Holiday Inn Express.
You've always trusted us with your letters, your bills, your packages. Now, we're bringing the security and confidence of the real world into the virtual one. Introducing the U.S. Postal Service's eBill Pay. Enroll now to receive, pay, and send your bills online with the service you already know and trust.
Fly like an eagle into the future.
Is there an insurance company with a 146-year history of proving that your trust is not misplaced? Without question, the St. Paul.
What do you think?
Not what you expected? Try Glidden Idea Cards. Use them for color combinations, design tips, and inspiration. Mix in a little advice from the Home Depot, and soon you'll be paying with confidence. Glidden in the Home Depot. What a great idea.
One of the reasons Chris Winky came back for his senior year was to continue the legacy of his Florida State quarterbacking tenure. It includes career touchdown passes. 58. He has now set the all-time school record. Went past Danny Cannell with that touchdown pass. Cicciola kick return, ran into his own man. At the 22, here's Doc Punch.
And with former Florida State Seminole and now Baltimore Raven Peter Boulware. And Peter, Bobby Bowden said earlier this year, this may be the best defense he's had ever. And that says a lot because you guys are pretty darn good at Florida State. What do you think about this defense you're watching tonight?
Yeah, I've seen them tonight, and they look pretty good. You know, they've got some great players, you know, especially Jamal Reynolds coming off the corner, getting the sacks like he's doing. So, I mean, if they keep this up, they're going to be probably one of the best defenses to ever come to Florida State.
Jamal doing his Peter Boulware imitation tonight as we watch this play in the pitch to Jordan. And Jordan out of bounds for a yard. Now, Jamal Reynolds, pretty impressive. We'll show you a couple of plays. You analyze what you see him. He's got a pretty good move coming off the edge.
Yeah, he does. You know, unlike me, when I came off the edge, I was pretty much using all speed. You know, I could come to the corner and get on a guy real quick. Jamal has speed and power. You know, he has probably the benefit of both worlds. He can use that power to get down in the middle of a lineman, and he can use the speed. So, I mean, if he keeps this up, he'll probably, you know, be one of the best linemen to come through Florida State.
Okay, back in just a moment, Peter. Mike?
All right, Doc, 2nd and 8 here real quick. 3 receivers, top of the screen for Calvin McCall in the Maryland offense. Dropped by Moses Cruz. Go ahead, Jerry.
Peter, can't let you go without asking about that shoulder. I know you struggled last year, had the shoulder operated in the offseason. There's some word that you may or may not play this Sunday against Cleveland. What are your thoughts?
I'm pretty much a go for this weekend. You know, the shoulder's coming. It took a little while for me to, get adjusted, and get past the mental blocks, but I'm pretty much a go for this weekend, and hopefully everything will go well for me.
Hey, best of luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Peter Boulware, one of the best, still holds the single-season record, 19 sacks. 10 away right now, Jamal Reynolds with 9.
Doc, tell him we appreciate him being humble, but he is one of the greatest to ever play at Florida State.
McCall on the run. Going to get a first down. Out of bounds at the 37. Goes the Maryland quarterback. Peter's younger brother, Michael, is also on this team. We saw him make a special teams hit earlier. But Peter, truly one of the greats in school history.
Oh. This is a great defense at Florida State in the year 2000, but you go back to 1996, and they were able to put pressure on the outside. You had Andre Wadsworth at that time played the middle, and you had Renard Wilson on the outside along with Peter Boulware. They were pretty quick up front that year.
Both Wilson, as the flag is down, Wilson and Boulware were first-round picks. Boulware number 4 overall by the Ravens. Wilson 14 overall by the Cincinnati Bengals.
That was a lightning. Remember, that was the year Steve Spurrier got so upset at the end of the year, the game in Tallahassee, where they hit Danny Warfel over and over and over.
Steve put together a little vision, a little videotape.
And then there's the big fella, big Corey Simon. The big fanny man.
Corey Simon, Trey Thomas, Philadelphia Eagles, making a little trip down here to College Park. Lamont Jordan, who on a couple of the carries here in the second half has been favoring that left leg. He moves it out to the 37-yard line. Well, you saw those NFL guys hanging out on the sideline. 38 of them in the NFL, including those few Philadelphia Eagles. Donovan McNabb's teammates will host the Atlanta Falcons right after NFL primetime on ESPN's Sunday Night Football. And ABC's Monday Night Football, John Kitten and the Seahawks take on the Kansas City Chiefs. Monday Night Countdown gets you going at 7:30 Eastern Time. That's here on this network, ESPN. Brutal pitch by McCall, and Jordan's going to lose about 15 yards. The
100-yard mark.
Quarterback, running back, pitch relationship was destroyed there.
You know what's unfortunate? Well, number one, Lamont Jordan has to fall on the ball here, but his total as far as yardage goes way, way back by recovering the football. And again, they have a tough time with the pitch.
David Warren, number 99, was the reason why that play was not any good. He got penetration. And anytime right there, you get a guy who penetrates against the option and forces the pitch real quick, then it turns into a toss. And teams like Florida State just
too much speed. Way too much speed. Tough to run outside to the perimeter against this speed of Florida State.
3rd and 26. Jordan tries to get some of it back on the run, 3 yards. Bradley Jennings, haven't had a chance to call the junior middle linebacker, led the team in tackles at the Sugar Bowl, the national championship victory over Virginia Tech last year. We may have seen the last of Chris Winkie. He's getting that left ankle iced and taped after that last drive, so maybe Winkie will be done for the evening.
He's got 9 days. 9 days to get ready.
The showdown in the Orange Bowl against Miami on October 7th. Brooks Barnard's punt. Levon Thomas going to let it hit. It'll scoot out of bounds at the 38-yard line. That's where the Seminoles will take over. I think we're going to see Marcus Townsend after the 37-yard kick. And call the fellow Noles and tell them that the old alma mater is rolling.
John, seen that? Oh, you're good. Yeah. You look fast. That's tough. You guys hungry back there?
Is this true now?
Got it. I wouldn't open that.
Oh, hey.
He opened it. Guys, just get some beer.
Pickle. I got the ice house.
All right. I'll be right back.
Don't touch that.
Okay.
Fellas?
Frosty cold mom.
Dinner party, Ice House style. Because sometimes all you need is a smooth, never watered down taste of Ice House. Enjoy.
Make plans now to enjoy a Maryland fall getaway. Start by calling 1-800-MD-IS-FUN for your free vacation guide and a free coupon book containing hundreds of dollars in exciting travel discounts. Call 1-800-MD-IS-FUN.
Running and dining, dancing, romancing, everything's better the closer together. 1-800-MD-IS-FUN.
Travis Henry returns as one of the best backs in the nation. See enough to propel the Vols over their SEC rivals.
Tennessee versus LSU at 7:30 next Saturday on ESPN.
ESPN's presentation of Thursday night primetime college football is brought to you by Holiday Inn Express, the smart choice for travelers who want to stay smart.
We're on that 1,580-acre campus in College Park, Maryland, where Marcus Outzen comes in at quarterback now for Florida State. And Jeff Chaney carries for a couple of yards to the 40-yard line.
Carries number 1, Jeff Chaney.
Outzen, the 50-year senior, who remember did play in the national championship game a couple of seasons ago when the injury was suffered by Chris Wenke that we talked about on College Football Tonight. Outzen now gets the opportunity here. He lost that game to Tennessee in the Tostitos Fiesta Bowl out in Arizona. And Wenke has a lot of ice on that left lower leg on the foot and ankle area. Chaney tries to reverse field. Waiting for him, Charles Hill. And Mike Whaley. Before third down, here's Jerry Punch.
I heard Chris Wenke a moment ago telling Randy Orovitz, Florida State's trainer, that he apparently stepped in a hole on the touchdown pass a moment ago. He was running to the side, and his foot, he stepped in a hole. Take a look at the play here. Watch him roll out, and watch his left ankle now. He said as he stepped in a hole, the ankle will invert in, and it will completely buckle under him. There's the forefoot. He throws the pass, and apparently a pretty significant sprain involving the left ankle and the left forefoot. They get it iced down. He's done for the night, and this could be a while.
All right, Jerry. Outzen sacked by Chris Jenkins. They've gotten a lot of pressure on the quarterbacks tonight. That's the 5th Maryland sack of the evening, but what Jerry said there is more significant, certainly as the next couple of days go on and they find out how bad the sprain is. The extra 2 days to prepare for Miami is significant, but you know, that becomes perhaps a question that will go all through the week. How bad will the foot be? And will Wenke be able to practice as that week goes on? Julian Gary back deep for the punt by Keith Cottrell. Fair caught at the 31-yard line. We'll go back to Jerry.
The big concern with Chris Wenke is where the ankle sprain is. The lower it is on the ankle, the better it is for him being able to get back and play against Miami. Right now, it's the low part of the ankle and the forefoot, but they won't know probably until later in the week or Monday. Back with more in just a moment.
Ever had trouble finding the one thing you need, like an important receipt or your bank card? Now you can find all your cards and receipts instantly with the amazing Magic Wallet. Is your wallet bursting at the seams? You need the Magic Wallet. The Magic Wallet is thin, compact, good-looking, and made of top-quality leather. But watch closely, because you're about to see what makes the Magic Wallet different than any other. Simply put your cash or a receipt inside and close the wallet, and presto, it's magically grabbed and held tight. The Magic Wallet instantly grabs parking stubs, business cards, credit card receipts, and more, so you'll know just where to find them. But that's not all. These outside pockets hold all your cards and driver's license conveniently and securely. And the Magic Wallet stays thin and streamlined. No other wallet can do this. It's magic.
Call now to receive the amazing Magic Wallet for just $14.95 and receive the Auto Wallet, a $6.95 value, absolutely free. Or get 2 Magic Wallets for just $19.95. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Call now, 1-800-482-9229.
Here's some food for thought. A little bit of guidance from the Citizenship through Sports Alliance. When you're on the field, keep one thing in check. Be a good sport and focus on respect. Respect? That's right, ain't it a trip? It's all about teamwork and sportsmanship. When you're on the court, use your intellect and be a good sport. Focus on respect.
I'm Ced Dempsey, president of the NCAA, and I want you to focus on respect.
some tunes from the Terps band. Maryland trailing 38-7 here on Thursday Night Football. 2-1, toughest stretch of the season. Florida State here at Virginia at Clemson. Up top, McCall. Double coverage, incomplete. His intended receiver was the speedy Jason Hatala, but one of the best-looking athletes you will ever see, Derek Gibson, was back there at safety. Now, we've gone with some deeper looking in the tape truck to find out where the injury happened with Winky.
Otis Duhart gets pushed back right there. He turned right there. You can see it kind of gets caught. His right guard, Otis Duhart, gets pushed back into the pocket, and as he did, Chris looks like he got tangled up with the feet of Duhart.
Nice job finding that there in the truck, guys. Thank you. 2nd and 10. It's almost intercepted by Chris Hope, who already has 1 pick tonight. And Calvin McCall's passing totals continue to deteriorate. Lamont Jordan was the intended receiver there. In McCall, Maryland feels like it has a quarterback who they can do some different things with. He's 6-5 as a starting quarterback. They've added more West Coast offense, short passing for 2000. Try to get those 8 men in the box so off of the running back, Lamont Jordan. And it's freed up some passing. McCall's coming off the best passing day by a Terp quarterback in a half-decade. Here's a big ball against man coverage. It's incomplete. Sophomore Scooter Monroe is out there.
One thing we might add that they have a junior college player named Sean Hill that they're very, very impressed with. 6'3", 216. And a couple of guys I know at Florida State saw films of him. And the Maryland guys I know say he's got the best arm they've had around here in years. That kid could be a great quarterback. Sean Hill, watch him. If they don't start to score more, watch junior college player Sean Hill come in.
We'll see him probably later on in the season.
Yep.
The shoulder injury that's bothered him for the last few games has kept him from a lot of throwing in practice this week. Yep. Brooks Bernard kicked it away from the deep man. Clavon Thomas will let it bounce. Drive start from the 22. Well, as the weather gets cooler and the football gets more serious, the racing season winds down. Napa Auto Care 500 is this Sunday on ESPN. Dr. Jerry punched 7 races left in the season, and things tighten up. Is it a 3-man race or a little bit more than that, Doc?
Probably at least 4 in it. Bobby Labonte trying to hang on over Dale Earnhardt. Dale Jarrett and Jeff Burton. Bobby Labonte never having won in Martinsville. In fact, he's never finished the top 5. We'll have all the action Sunday at 1 o'clock on ESPN, the Napa Care Auto Care 500. Michael?
Good deal, Doc. Look forward to it. Our ESPN race crew, best in the business. Did a great job. On a first down toss, Minor takes it to the 30-yard line.
You guys didn't notice any kind of a special spark in Dr. Jerry's punch, his voice when he started talking about the NASCAR, did he?
He took it to a different level there.
There you go, tell you what.
Now, if it's a NASCAR show and you start talking football, Doc's the same way.
Yeah.
He's 50-50. He's a football and NASCAR guy.
I know.
Yeah.
The concern, and Jerry, with his decades of medical knowledge, was able to break it down, the injury and the place where it is on the ankle and foot for Winky, and how significant that is in terms of how quick he can come back. Outs in first down as he runs it out to the 39-yard line. Jerry?
Yeah, let's break down the Chris Winky situation now. From talking to Randy Orvich, a trainer who just talked to Chris a moment ago, apparently this has been an ongoing situation. On the second series of the football game, he stepped in a hole and twisted that ankle. Then later on in the second quarter, when he was sacked by number 40 from Maryland, he twisted it again. It began to swell at halftime, and as you saw a moment ago when he stepped on an offensive lineman on the touchdown pass, he twisted it a third time, and now it is so swollen with the forefoot. They're going to wrap it up, probably x-ray it tomorrow. They think he'll probably be back in plenty of time for Miami. They'll have to wait and see.
Okay, Jerry, that shot of Brian Allen, the senior backer. What a hit on Anquan Bolden. A beautiful hit made by Marlon Moyer-Moore coming up from his defensive spot. That shot of Allen was funny on the sidelines.
Kind of saying, hey, our whole season is on this ankle. But, I mean, I understand that this is an injury. We don't know how serious it is. But I guess I'll first guess here. He will play, if that leg is broken, against the Miami Hurricanes next Saturday down at the Orange Bowl. Nothing will keep Chris Winky off the field next Saturday.
2nd and 4 with Outson. Will quarterback draw again. Head down, first down, out to the 45. We told you Lee Mail and QB Mail for those of you logging on at ESPN.com. And someone sent this question. Justin from Hartford, Connecticut. Does Wink have a chance to play in the NFL, QB?
Well, I talked to him this morning about that, about his whole intention of coming back for his senior year. And he said, you know what, I'm looking at it like this year I have 13 chances to be a starting quarterback. If I would have gone out last year, what's the difference between being 27 and 28 years old in the league? He feels the experience he's gaining by being a starting quarterback in a premier program is just going to help him at that next level, without a doubt. You look to watch TV on Sunday and watch the quarterbacks. Chris Weinke will play in the NFL.
Hudson pass is out of bounds. Maddox could not keep his feet in. One thing Chris Weinke did during this offseason was physically improve. Lee talked about him losing some weight, and he also improved his footwork. He looks a little bit better going back in the pocket, and he was telling me today how he did a lot of his footwork in the sand. There's a sand pit at Florida State, and he did a lot of that work after speaking with and hearing about Peyton Manning, who, between his junior and senior season, did a lot of footwork in the sand just to help your quickness and help your steps being exactly the way you would want them to be. And Chris said he feels that's made a difference in his footwork here in 2000.
Well, a great guy to learn from because of the similarities in their features physically, not only because of the way they like to lead their teams.
Peyton did a lot of his work out on the beach. Weinke did it in that sand pit. Randy Golightly, the backup fullback, with the catch. The penalty markers down. The freshman from Tallahassee. Clean up this flag here. Jack Childress and the ACC officials. We call that clip on the Seminoles. Well, Chris Weinke in his performance tonight showed a lot of the reasons why NFL folks think he will be a significant contributor on Sundays.
The first pass you're going to see is Weinke goes back, fakes it, sets up his feet, and throws a perfect shot down the field right there to Morgan. Touchdown, Florida State. The next one, he lobs us into the corner. 26, Bell, touchdown, Weinke. I think that one series where we talked about, Kurt, he threw a touch pass,
yeah,
right?
He had the accuracy off to the left. Right. Then he had the anticipation off to the right side.
And then
he threw the helmet.
Luck.
The luck.
Then he had the luck one.
Then he relied on his receiver to make the pass.
Second and 20 after the clip. Houghton will run this. Pick up about 13 or 14 yards. After 6 or 7 years of doing the NFL draft and listening to player personnel thoughts and mindset, the age will certainly be factored in, but it'll be factored in how high he goes. It's hard to take a very, very high first-round pick and invest it on someone who's 28 for the NFL. But it doesn't mean when Chris Weinke's going to get in the league that he's not going to get the opportunity. And being in this passing system and knowing his maturity level, knowledge of the game, he certainly will, to get back to the question from the viewer in Hartford, have a very good chance to be an NFL starting quarterback, probably quicker than other people coming right out of school. Tight end Nick Franklin caught that at the 30. A chain moving first down for the Noles.
Thing to remember about Chris Weinke is he's going against the norm right now. The superior quarterbacks that are coming out in a lot of cases have the ability to run and throw. A guy like a Michael Vick who can tear apart a defense with his scrambling ability and his throwing ability downfield. Chris Weinke's more in the line of a Peyton Manning, where he has to be cerebral. He has to be able to understand defenses and be accurate with his arm. And I think that's where he has excelled in picking up and learning defenses more and more in the last year. And I agree with you, Mike. I think he will one day be a starting quarterback in the NFL.
5 minutes left, third quarter. Florida State, the lone point of this frame. A Weinke touchdown pass. Alsa would like one as well. That's just a little short for Marvin Minnis, and you see a little bit of the difference there in arm strength on that pass from the hash to the sideline. Well, Chris Weinke, Lee has talked about him as a Heisman Trophy candidate. Alphabetical order for the players who are on the preseason radar and certainly have done little to diminish their totals. And you need to see Michael Vick's 631 total yards to truly grade him.
Michael Vick is probably the top of the charts right now. I know there are others you can make a strong case for, but let's not forget two guys. Woodrow Dantzler at Clemson and the A-Train Anthony Thomas up at the University of Michigan, who's off to a great start for the Wolverines.
Minor with the carry. Thomas got very little preseason publicity when people talk about the Heisman.
In my opinion, Thomas right now is the best running back in the country. I don't care what Tomlinson has done or how many thousands of dollars they spend sending out all those pictures of him.
Yeah, you get those.
Anthony Thomas right now is the best running back in America,
Sure
period.
And you know what else? He's got the best offensive line in the country. Jeff Backus and Steve Hutchinson, they are strong up front. And I think it might be one of the best offensive lines Michigan has had in years. And that's saying a lot because they're always strong up front. And they also, with Henson coming back to help their offense, much more balanced now, more of a threat with that passing game.
When he gets to New York for the Heisman ceremony, just remember what happened in August. Travis Minor turns the corner. And he's knocked out of bounds at the 10-yard line.
You don't have to touch yourself. I'm going to touch you. Because we had our little roundtable discussion in August. We all threw out our dark horses. I threw out Eric Crouch, and you threw out Anthony Thomas.
And who did I crew? Chris Winkie.
Chris Winkie.
Right. Okay, so I just want to go on record right now before you guys get all on a bandwagon. That guy right there, Chris Winkie, to me, not Michael Vick, is the leading candidate for the Heisman.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
I will say Michael Vick is in a whole different galaxy when it comes to this whole Heisman Trophy race. So Chris Winkie's great.
Right. We'll see.
He's going to have a great, strong finish here, but I could pull the plug on your Winkie thing, but I won't go there.
Okay, we'll see.
I won't go there.
We'll see when we get to New York.
No, I'm talking about you. You and your wanky stuff. I could go there, but I won't.
I used to
2 years ago, enough with the wanky.
And you know why? That was 2 years ago, Winkie. He was only 26 then.
Oh.
He was very young.
Okay.
Now he's very old.
Okay.
And he can throw the ball very well and straight.
Right.
They would not win. I'll tell you, they will not beat Miami right now without Chris Winkie. I'm telling you right now.
Of course, but he's going to play. You don't have to worry.
I'm just telling you right now.
He's going to play.
I'm worried.
There. You don't have to. You can go to sleep tonight. Feel good.
My ankle's starting to hurt now. Worried about him.
E.J. Henderson is down for Maryland, and they're looking at his leg as well here on the field. Terps trailing here 38-7, but the first teamers in there and sticking their head and making the hits as hard as they possibly can with the same fervor as they did earlier in the game.
One thing about this drive that is good for Florida State is the fact that they got Marcus Outzen in there. But if you're watching the game now and you're a Miami scout, this is what you're going to see against Miami if Outzen plays. Right here, this series line. You're not going to see...
You let it go.
No, I'm not going to let it go. You're not going to see the same plays that Winkie did because Outzen, that last pass is a perfect example, cannot throw the ball as well. Mark Richt right there, he's got to come up with a plan for Outzen, and he's doing it right now.
Well, that and the fact that he's got experience coming up with a plan because of 2 years ago when they had to do that.
Golightly looking for his first career touchdown. Kept the pile going. You again refer to when Winkie was hurt and Outzen quarterbacked the Seminoles in the championship game against Tennessee. He came in against Virginia Tech and had a poor series, a key turnover, and really the fans were down on him. But Mark told us this week that Outzen, the senior, kept his mouth shut, took responsibility for the poor performance against Tech, led a couple of nice drives against North Carolina, and had a very good length of the field drive in last week's game against Louisville. It just didn't turn into any points because of a mistake inside the 5.
This is a pretty good drive right here.
3rd and goal and a touchdown. First of his career for Randy Golightly. $13 plays and 79 yards worth of nice drive for the touchdown. First for the man, Golightly, was redshirted last year, that traditional fullback who doesn't see many opportunities to carry the ball.
And they hit your extra points.
Matt Munyon is getting some practice at that exercise this afternoon. Excuse me. 45-7, here's Doc.
Well, you saw him a moment ago, Corey Simon down from the Philadelphia Eagles. And Corey, you're a part of this dominating FSU defense of a year ago. Assess this program now defensively. Look pretty darn good even though you're gone.
Oh, they're a good team. I mean, you know, one thing about Florida State is we never regroup, we just reload. And these guys will come out here and they're playing hard and they're playing pretty well. I mean, they've only given up 7 points and, you know, they're playing Florida State football.
You and I were chuckling about the discussion upstairs about the Heisman Trophy. You played with Chris Winkie and played against Michael Vick. Assess those two quarterbacks you saw a lot last year.
Well, with Chris is a field general. You know, he goes out there, he plays hard, he's a great leader, and he's a great pocket passer. I mean, and, you know, he's lost a few pounds this year. He's coming out, showing his scrambling ability a little bit, and he looks good out there. But Michael Vick, he's a great athlete. I mean, you know, he has one of the strongest arms that I've ever faced. And, you know, he can definitely hurt you with his feet. I mean, you know, last year he ran all over the place and had us looking for him. But they're two great quarterbacks, and I think they're going to have a successful career.
Corey, why don't you hang just a moment? We'll get the kickoff, and we'll come back and chat.
Mike?
All right, Doc, Corey Simon, the number 6 overall pick by the Eagles. One of the 2 Knowles to go in the top 6. Peter Warrick at number 4 to Cincinnati. And Sebastian Janikowski, the kicker, was taken by the Raiders at 17. A terrific pick by Oakland at number 17. Kick return to the 18. That's Peter Boulware's younger brother, Michael, with the stop. Doc.
Corey, Sunday night, ESPN, the Falcons come calling. You guys are starting to get it together defensively. And how about the Donovan McNabb getting the job done offensively for the Eagles?
Oh, he's playing great. I mean, you know, you can't ask for more. You know, we were just talking about Michael Vick, but, you know, I remember not too long ago when Donovan was at Syracuse and he was out there having people run around, and he's still doing the same thing in the league. He's a great quarterback. He's a great leader, and we're playing pretty well. I mean, you know, it's going to be a tough game against Atlanta, but we practiced hard this week, and we're going to go out there and give it another shot tomorrow and show up Sunday night for national television.
And you had a message for our Kirk Herbstreit?
Kurt, you're looking real good up there with that makeup on.
I hear you, man. Oh, he always likes to bust on you, Kirk. Thank you.
That's big line. It's a big line. Tell Big Cheeks I said it to the real.
Why do you call him Big Cheeks?
He's about, well, we kid him about his size of his backside.
We're going to have to come back to 1st and 10 here for a second as Lamont Jordan carries to the 34-yard line.
2 well-spoken Seminoles, though, you know, Peter Boulware and Corey Simon, both guys sounding good.
Mm-hmm. Really are.
There's the big fella. It's all about the size. It's kind of, can we get Corey to turn around?
Oh, come on, Herbie. You are bad, man.
I love the man. I love the man. It's like a 3-year ongoing thing with me.
Hey, if you have one of those guys on your defensive front, you're not running up there.
You take him every day of the week.
Jordan running hard. Lamont, who is over 100 yards, right there at the ESPN 1st and 10 line. 115 yards for Lamont Jordan. Most of that McGilla coming on the long 74-yard touchdown run in the middle of the second quarter.
Talk about how Florida State is able to maintain their hunger year after year after year. A lot of it has to do with the players that have been through this program, and the players, the way they come back, they hang out on the sidelines. And I think the players currently on the roster feel that pressure to live up to those lofty expectations of players that have been in this program prior to these guys that are playing right now.
McCall throw. Chased by Tommy Polley, and the pass is incomplete, intended for Julian Gary.
I want to add one thing to that. I think Florida State copied that from the University of Miami. When Miami was great, when those great championship teams had, nobody, I mean nobody, followed the team more than those former pros that were out there. They were the best, and I think that set the tempo for Florida State to follow suit.
It's a 2.5-hour drive from Philadelphia. It's the middle of a work week for these guys. They have a football game on Sunday, and you know, take a 2.5-hour drive up here with Trey Thomas to come see the Florida State players. Not only makes an impression all through the program, but on these current players. Screen for Jordan is incomplete. Darnell Dockett, the freshman who already has 3 sacks, is out there defensively. He's 45 in white, is the player along with 29 in white, Tommy Polley, who's also from Maryland. Tommy Polley, the senior, thought he was going to get everybody else's tickets. Players get a limited number of complimentary tickets to the game, and usually use them for family members. But if you come up to Baltimore from Florida, with a lot of Florida players on the roster, 45 and 29 from Maryland were trying to get all their buddies tickets. Well, the freshman did a better job than Polley of getting tickets to this game. He got 90, and Polley got 80. Ooh. Jeff Womble, the nose guard, hit Jafar Williams, who dropped one coming across the middle earlier, but caught one here.
That was an absolute perfect picture of a nose guard dropping back in a zone, blitzing and reacting to the football. I'm telling you that, Jeff Womble, he's 6'3", 295, dropping off like a linebacker. Whoa.
And that is an area where they feel, go ahead, Lee.
Okay, watch this. Keep your eye right there in the middle. See him? Right there, number 91. Now watch his movement. Now keep your eye and watch him go. Ooh. Oh, was that good or what?
Punt for Brooks Bernard. That's fair caught at the 12-yard line by Cleavon Thomas. So I am really excited about next Thursday night as we go to the MAC. It's been the hot conference in 2000 with their great performances against the big boys, and we will be back in Huntington, West Virginia. They showed us a great time last year when we went there, and we'll see what has been the game of the year in the conference and the championship game the last couple of years. Western Michigan taking on Marshall at 8 Eastern next Thursday night.
Marshall will be fun to watch. You know, everybody's talking about how would they perform without having Chad Pennington. They've been off to a pretty good start. They played some powerhouses this year, going up against Michigan State and North Carolina. They battled in both those games, and had a chance to win them. So that will be exciting to get back into Huntington. And Western Michigan, they played some powerhouses as well this year.
The Broncos come off a loss to Toledo, and Toledo's the team that beat Penn State earlier in the season. Outzen on the run, takes it out to the 14-yard line. And quarter number 3 has come to a close. Well, Chris Weinke injured his foot of some concern down the line for Florida State, but it's their only concern. They continue to walk the walk and talk the talk, leading by 38 heading to the fourth quarter.
Hey, everybody, when you walk the walk, you gotta back it up. Can you talk the talk? Hey, everybody, when they hear the knock, I wanna make it laugh with the tick of a clock.
NFL Tonight, Tuesday through Saturday on ESPN2.
Oh, yes, a brilliant move. Galvez scampering across the goal to stop it. They just couldn't seem to get enough players forward before. He's showing good fluid movement. To the right, the left. This is another aggressive charge down the flank. He's timed his run to absolute perfection. 2 defenders to beat. He's past one. Is it looking like a chance as he takes the shot in?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Announcing a breakthrough in pizza technology, a pizza inside a pizza. To demonstrate how much we can pack inside Pizza Hut's new Insider, we're going to take this elephant and pack him inside this phone booth. Smashing. How do we get it all in?
Well, we took one thin crust with 6 cheeses, sealed it with another crust and even more cheese. And that's the amazing new Insider Pizza, all for just $9.99.
Get that, will you?
The Insider Pizza from Pizza Hut, another one of the best pizzas under one roof.
Hey, sports fans, picture yourself wearing this ESPN The Magazine fleece pullover. Because this great polar fleece is yours free when you subscribe to ESPN The Magazine. So subscribe now, and along with your free fleece, you'll get the only magazine big enough to be named ESPN. With sections like The Zoom, huge photos that bring you incredibly close to the great moments in sports. The Light, an inside look at the human and humorous side of sports. Outtakes, where Dan Patrick goes one-on-one with your favorite sports superstars. And remember, you'll get this free zip-front polar fleece pullover with an embroidered ESPN The Magazine logo. It's a warm, high-quality, extra-large fleece, and best of all, it's free. And there's more. Diamond notes from Peter Gammon, Linda Cohn's revealing player surveys, amazing interviews, and behind-the-scenes information, all with attitude you can only get from ESPN. So call now. Get 26 big issues, a year's worth, for just $1 an issue. $1 an issue. That's 66% off the newsstand price. So pick up the phone and call now for ESPN The Magazine and your free fleece pullover. 1-800-634-1325. 1-800-634-1325.
And now the fourth quarter from College Park, Maryland. Florida State 45, Terp 7. Mike Tirico, Lee Corso, Kirk Herbstreit. Dr. Jerry Punch watching Marcus Outzen's incomplete pass. It was intended for DeVard Darling, one of 2 freshman twins on this Seminole team. Obviously, if it's twins, it would be 2, Mike. It's very perceptive. Third and 6 will come up. Oh, 4 wide. Look at those receivers, their hands up there by their face. Those Florida State trademarks. Perfect perfect pass to Nick Maddox. Sophomore takes it up to the 38-yard line. It's a first down.
Nick Maddox, to show you how much depth they got, number 20 there was the play of the year as a running back in North Carolina, and asked to go to receiver so he could get in the game. Now, it's a perfect pass by Otson. Good hands by Maddox. Sophomore, 6 foot, 190, and an excellent all-around athlete. He's going to be a great player at running back before he leaves the school.
Both running backs, Minor and Cheney, are seniors, so you can see him and probably Greg Jones. The two guys in the backfield. Davey Ford now in the game. You'll see him as well next year, a junior. Nearly intercepted. Hudson's pass. Saw Kevin Bishop, the linebacker, in the way.
Before the game, Bobby Bowden came up to me in midfield and mentioned that his son, Jeff Bowden, who is his wide receiver coach, his son, Hunter, is a little bit under the weather, and Bobby wanted us to say hello from Coach Bowden and, of course, his dad, Jeff Bowden, and they hope little Hunter's feeling a little bit better.
We all echo that. To Hunter, Grandpa and Dad saying hi. 2nd and 10. Intercepted. Andrew Smith, Jr. comes up with the interception.
Jeff Bowden, we had a shot of him right there. He's the next Bowden to be a head football coach. Bobby told us today that he's ready now. He's been with Terry before. He's now with Bobby. He's got the receivers. He's at the perfect age. And let me tell you something. The way that Tommy is coaching, I certainly want a guy named Bowden on my sideline. He's the next prospect to be a head football coach at the Bowden.
Lamont Jordan still in there, running hard. Now the reserves are in some places for Florida State. Abdul Howard made that play. You see Ryan Cason, 95. That's a mix of starters and reserves in there right now. Here's Doc.
Well, senior weak side linebacker Tommy Polly is from nearby Baltimore, Maryland. I'm with his mom, Amy Polly. And, Mom, you got to be awfully proud of your young man. Not only what you're seeing tonight, but what he did coming back from a pretty serious injury a year ago.
Well, Tommy said that when he came back from that injury that he was going to do a Jerry Rice. And Tommy Polly did a Jerry Rice, and he's back. He's back to play. I never counted him out because I always told Tommy to be positive, and that's going to always carry him. Tommy's just been having a good year. He's always has a good year.
Mom, what are you most proud of what he's accomplished, either on the field or off, as far as what he's done here in his 4 years at Florida State?
Off the field, I'm proud of Tommy for staying his last year at Florida State to get his BS degree. And he's the first in the family that will have his BS. We've all gone to college, but we haven't completed ours like Tommy will be completing his. On the field, I'm glad that Tommy shows a lot of leadership, and he's a team player, and it's all about team. Tommy always tells me that in practice, he gives 100%, because if the other guys see him slack, then they'll slack too. So Tommy's always been a leader.
A very proud mother here, and behind us, you see Tommy behind us, 87 people from Baltimore, the Polly. Take a look at the Polly family. There they are behind us. Brothers, sisters, friends, 87 tickets he brought from nearby Baltimore to come watch Tommy Polly play. And there goes Mama up there to get right among them. Amy from nearby Baltimore watching her son play his senior year, his final trip to play here at Byrd Stadium.
That's a great story, Jerry. He'll probably get a chance to come back to Baltimore if he's drafted in the AFC, and they'll get to see him when he's playing against or perhaps for the Baltimore Ravens. 3-year starter, Big Play Polly, his nickname. He's blocked 3 kicks over the last couple of seasons. McCall on the run here, throws it away. Tommy Polly injured his knee against Virginia Tech in the national championship game, had reconstructive surgery, came back quicker than they thought he would be able to come back, and the reference to Jerry Rice. Rice had his reconstructive knee surgery and beat everyone back, or beat the time frame back that everyone laid out for him.
Amazing to see an athlete come back from reconstructive knee surgery in just 8 months. And he came back. He said he was a little tentative early in the year, and he said he's been able to overcome that by getting hit out there. But his mom made a great point in talking about the leadership. And that's Tommy Polly, and that's Brian Allen, and that's the trademark with Florida State, outstanding leadership year in and year out. They want to go to the NFL, but they think about the team first, and that is classy.
And it follows the theme of the night. We've been talking about leadership, but they talk the talk, then walk the walk. And Polly and family, an example of that.
Long Easy 316 Delta Bravo, flight at 25 hours per line.
They get hired by companies like AT&T, GE, and Ford. They get training in over 200 real-world jobs. And they get it in the Army. That's right, the Army.
All comes down to this. Ball on the 14-yard line. No timeouts left.
Tostitos. The exhilarating taste of new spicy quesadilla Tostitos chips.
Fight and march down the field. Pile up the touch.
It's fun for everyone. Dig in, kick back, Tostitos.
All I need, man, is me, my Suzuki Intruder LC 1500, the open road, and bam, I'm gone. Okay, me, Intruder, windshield, yeah, the open road, and bam, I'm gone. All right. Me, my Intruder, windshield, saddlebags, freedom, man, bam, I'm gone.
The powerful, comfortable Suzuki Intruder LC 1500. Imagine the possibilities.
Here it is, me, Intruder, windshield, saddlebags, running light, backrest, a supermodel, a pepperoni pizza.
Mr. Duffy, I've been here for over a year now, and I'd like to talk about a raise. I have an MBA.
I like Jujubes. The reds and the oranges, the best. They are like the king and queen of Jujube land. The green and the yellow, they're peasants. One day, we're going to have a Jujube revolution.
So, what do you think?
Jujube?
It's time for E-Trade. Sign up now for your 25 trade bonus.
Well, some familiar sounds for the Maryland alums like Carl Bernstein of Woodward and Bernstein fame, Connie Chung, Tim Brandt, our friend with ABC, Tim Kirkton, who works with us at ESPN, Len Elmore, and Pam Ward, who also work with us at ESPN. All Maryland Terrapin graduates.
I want to mention...
Before you do that, Coach, I'm sorry, I have to do the hit and video winner for tonight, folks. Here's what you vote. Wow, a very tight vote. Late precincts didn't need to be checked. In the fake punt game winner in the Swarthmore-Gettysburg game, here it was, fourth quarter. You saw it, the Garnet Tide trail by 4. And Rich Andres eventually catches the pass from Jared Passmore. That's fourth down. That's gutsy. Look at him break tackles and take it to the house. Swarthmore a winner in the Pennsylvania battle, and that is hidden video for tonight. Thank you for voting online at ESPN.com. Carry there by Ford. Davey takes it out across the 20-yard line. Mr. Corso, I interrupted you, and I apologize.
I want to mention a couple of guys that played for me, named Ben and Tony Scotti. You never know these guys, right? They played in the 50s, and Herbstreit was with me. You know what they are? The original syndicators of the Baywatch series.
Is that right?
I swear. Ben and Tony played for, and I got Kirk in New York, and they were going to put us on Baywatch.
No.
Yeah, right?
I lied, Kirk. You're right. It's a Waldorf.
At the Waldorf, I introduced them to Ben and Tony Scotti.
What happened on that deal anyway?
I've been on.
Oh, you were on?
Yeah, I was on. Weren't you on? I played the lifeguard, the senior lifeguard.
Yeah, I hear you.
Ben and Tony Scotti, original syndicators of the Baywatch series, played here in the late 50s and 59 and 61 for me and Coach Tom Nugent, my coach. That's right. And they're up. I'm telling you. I've taught you. That's a nice trivia thing, huh?
That is very good, Lee. I'm glad you saved these for the show. You don't give us, during the week, driving around town, getting lost, you don't give us any of these. You wait.
Well, I just kind of figured that this game we might need a couple.
Davey Ford, a first down run across midfield into the 49-yard line. The prior play was a fabulous catch by Maddox. You mentioned the Scotti brothers. Ben Scotti was a former defensive back for the Washington Redskins.
Tony and Ben Scotti, those are the guys we're talking about. You talk about two guys look like mafioso. Didn't they, Kirk, when I took them to New York and saw those guys? Oh, handsome-looking guys. You know, if I think we talk about them enough, they might call us again.
I knew what the goal was here, Lee. Don't worry. I understand the goal.
Tony Scotty.
First and 10, Knowles from the 47. Davey Ford getting some carries here on this drive. He gets out to the 44. You know, when we were talking before about Bobby Bowden and his conversation with the team at half, being upset with them, even though they had a large lead at that point, I kind of alluded to it, but today, when we asked Bobby, are you proud of your accomplishments, or are you even more proud of what your sons have done? Both of them having an undefeated season, Terry doing the great job, and Tommy doing the great job. Are you proud of that more than you're proud of what you've done? And he looked, he smiled, and he said, nah, I'm more proud of the stuff I've done. Yeah. That's, you know, I could say the nice daddy thing, and I am proud of my sons, but I'm more proud of what we've done here. Alton, Minnis, Marvin at the 6. Yeah, Snoop has been very quiet, so he needed to get one. 38 yards there.
Snoop's saving up for next week. He'll see some man coverage next week against Miami. He loves to see man coverage. This soft zone stuff kills him. Here he has the speed, and you got to appreciate the size of Snoop because he has the ability to go up in traffic and make the catch. He is 6'1", about 185 pounds, and watch this one hand with the left arm, brings the right hand over. Look, it gets, even in the NFL that counts. Plenty of, the footwork perfect to get down inbounds there to make that catch.
Marvin's nickname of Snoop, given to him by his mom when he was a couple of years old, because he was always snooping around, checking everything out. West Virginia has taken that 5-point lead on Temple. That game down in Philly, important Big East game. Ford is pulled down. Rod Littles made the tackle. Rod's from Gainesville.
You know, with Peter Warrick now off to the NFL and Ron Dugan's off to the NFL, when Chris Weinke and the Florida State offense, they get into a big game, whether it's Miami or it's Clemson, whether it's Florida down the road, Snoop Minnis is going to have to be the go-to guy. He's going to have to be the guy that makes the big catch. Now, they have an entire arsenal, and they can spread the ball around, but in that go-to sense, when they need to have the guy make the catch, it's going to be number 13, Snoop Minnis.
Florida State takes a time out here. I'm sure some people are saying at 45-7, why is Bobby throwing? But I think you alluded to it earlier, Lee. If Chris Weinke's foot bothers him for the week, get Alton some time throwing to his number 1 receiver like Marvin Minnis.
Hey, I'm looking for a digital camera that stores images on a memory stick. Hey, do you know where I can find one of those digital... Excuse me, what did he say? Never mind. Which digital camcorder lets me shoot on standard 8mm tape?
This your car?
What's the easiest way to email my photos?
No email, hot dog.
No digital camera.
What do I look like, a camera salesman?
You got questions about digital imaging? Ask somebody who knows. Sony. Call and get your free Sony digital imaging guide. It'll tell you all you need to know about digital imaging. You'll even get a personalized recommendation on which products are best for you.
Which digital camcorder shoots at night?
Find out how Sony's digital cameras and camcorders let you capture, edit, and share your life like never before.
Megapixels. Yeah, megapixels.
So call now for your customized guide and get a password to Sony's members-only website.
Thought I told you to move along.
Call 1-877-710-SONY for your free guide.
Travis Henry returns as one of the best backs in the nation. See enough to propel the Vols over their SEC rise.
Tennessee versus LSU at 7:30 next Saturday on ESPN.
In anticipation of your runaway success as a Wall Street Journal reader, how to blend in with normal people. When in public, walking a pet can help you blend in. A tip on being madly successful from the Wall Street Journal, full of insight on making it big. Subscribe to the Journal for just 57 cents a day for 13 weeks, 25% off the regular rate. The Wall Street Journal. Call 800-532-1100. That's 800-532-1100.
ESPN's presentation of Thursday night primetime college football is brought to you by the United States Army. Be all you can be. And by Tostitos. Dig in, kick back, stay all season.
They're part of the largest crowd of the season here, 47,044. Largest crowd in 5 years at Bird Stadium. Little pass for Marcus Outzen. Touchdown. Tavard Darling. His first collegiate touchdown, and Florida State over 50.
In the pregame show, we talked about that Chris Rinke has thrown touchdown passes to 5 different wideouts, and here another one. Darling today, Maddox today. I'm telling you, they're not as good individually as Peter Warrick, but I think as a group, they're better. I think they're better all around.
Well, they're much deeper, and they spread the ball around.
Yep. That's a good play for DeVar Darling. The reason is he goes inside, whoop, breaks it to the outside, and hits him. Miami, watch out, we're ready.
What gives broadband broader impact? Texas Instruments Programmable DSP. Hardware and software that integrates voice, video, and data into one seamless connection. From the world leader in DSP and analog, Texas Instruments.
Anna's driving me crazy. Ma chérie, it can't be that bad. She won't eat. She won't nap. I'm telling you, Mama. No, it's her favorite word.
MCI lets you call Western Europe for just 9 cents a minute all weekend long. So calling family over there is like calling family over here.
You've never seen such a difficult child. Oh, yes, I have.
Call 1-800-476-SAVE to sign up now and get 1 hour of free calling to anywhere in the world.
What is the technology behind broadband? Texas Instruments Programmable DSP. Technology that transforms telephone lines into DSL internet pipelines. From the world leader in DSP and analog, Texas Instruments.
It's the final day of the regular season, and there's plenty up for grabs. Tune in to a full day of complete analysis, beginning with baseball today at noon, followed by continuous action until the whole playoff picture is decided. Sunday on ESPN2.
Later on SportsCenter, we'll try to clean up the AL playoff picture. Orlando Brown breaks his silence, and Drew Henson prepares for a key Big Ten battle. SportsCenter, right after the game.
Now, not an extra 60 points, only 52 for you, sir. But a very creative sign got to you on national TV. And your friend with his face painted in front of you. You just have to feel so sorry for the Maryland players who are just out-athleted, simply put. And you have to worry that a game like this does not end your season. So demoralizing. The Terps have only been able to muster 4 first downs in the game tonight. Scooter Monroe took the kickoff out to the 18-yard line. We talked about Bobby Bowden and all the things he's done. His decade of the 90s at Florida State. Honored with the ESPY for Team of the Decade, along with Tennessee women's basketball. The Florida State Seminoles and their national championships. Their entire decade finishing in the top 5, all the great playmakers. The decade completed with the national championship from last season, although technically in 2000. That unbelievable number. They had as many wins in the 90s as the Cincinnati Bengals had losses in the NFL.
Ooh, that's saying a lot.
Exactly the same number, as a matter of fact. And Peter Warrick went from one to the other. McCall's pass is incomplete. And Bobby Bowden at the ESPYs was enjoyable to be around, and he was exciting and made all of us smile. As he proudly, for Tallahassee and the 450 or 60 players and coaches, Florida State, accepted the ESPY for Team of the Decade, along with the Tennessee Lady Vols of Coach Pat Summitt, multiple national champions in women's basketball, of course. We should all have his energy, enthusiasm, and love of our profession at age 71. That's what Bobby turns in November. Kickoff of the run. Well, remember that ESPY speech? If you don't remember it, Bobby, in typical Bobby fashion, made us all laugh.
Everybody has recognized their wife. I wish mine was here. She had planned for 2 weeks to make this, packed and ready to go. But I couldn't remember everything. She'll be there. She'll be there when I get back.
Oh, Ann Bowden, one of the greats. One of the nicest people who'll ever be around. Bobby's wife, who made the trip down here to, or up here, I should say, to College Park. Every decade, getting better, and he'll be 5-0 for the 2000s as we move on here. Look at that, 13 losses in the 90s.
And a couple of those to the Miami Hurricanes on extra points and field goals. Just a little preview.
9 days. I'm sure the fans will vote for you guys to get to that game on College Game Day.
Yeah, I'm sure they will, too.
The Orange Bowl. I'll tell you what, when Corso was talking about the Seminoles earlier, Miami fans, just to get Lee back down at the Orange Bowl, I'm sure logged on to have their voting voice be registered. Maddox taken out of bounds. 8:11 left, fourth quarter. Over 50 points for the Seminoles. They scored 63 against North Carolina 2 weeks ago.
I'm from AXA Advisors.
C, AXA Advisors. I work with you,
One-on-one.
but I'm not alone.
Thousands of talented people.
Billions in assets.
Back me up.
If I don't know an answer
About estate planning. I do. If I need an expert in asset allocation.
In deferred compensation, I help.
AXA Advisors.
One-on-one.
This great team
Can help you grow.
succeed.
AXA Advisors, building futures.
Out here, it seems the wind never stops blowing. They call it the velocity zone. Build and remodel homes here, and you soon learn what you can and can't trust. Contractor John Miranda trusts only one window, Andersen. That's why if you ask him to use anything other than Andersen, he'll ask you to sign a release. So his reputation remains solid. Worry-proof, time-proof. Andersen Windows.
A Dan Patrick Stewart Scott anchored Sports Center comes your way. News on Orlando Brown and the National Football League. What is your favorite sports movie of all time? You can log on and choose from the selections. And County Stadium in Milwaukee seeing a goodbye to the Brewers today. That will be on Sports Center tonight. Ouchin has it. Kind of scoots out of bounds, gets a few yards. Oh, Home Depot coaching adjustments, not for tonight, Lee, but for down the line.
Matt Munyon misses the extra point. Left, gets it blocked. Boom. Now, why am I saying this? Miami beat Florida State 4 times of those 13 losses in the 90s. And my friends, twice on place-kicking mistakes. That's why I continue to harp on that extra point and field goal.
Bobby said he'll be a good kicker,
We're not
didn't he?
disagreeing with you.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
We're not disagreeing.
Randy Golightly, who scored a touchdown earlier, the freshman from Tallahassee, moves it behind mostly a second-team offensive line. Donald Heaven in there. Well, the Seminoles go to the Orange Bowl, and then we'll play Duke and Virginia. There'll be a couple of interesting back-to-backers there, October 28th, November 4th.
How about this one, just for fun?
At North Carolina State in Raleigh.
Forget about it.
We saw Chuck Amato's team still undefeated.
3 games and then 1.
This is the one they got to watch out for.
Yeah, but it's at home, sweetheart. Don't worry
I know,
about
that's, you're
Don't worry
right.
about that.
So we'll forget
This
about
one.
both those.
No, you worry about that one.
That's at home.
Gators.
Forget about that one.
We'll see.
Gators
and a change.
Run away to Miami.
At NC State, Corey Robinson, at least they have an athlete that can match up with some of these guys.
They will eat that Phillip Rivers up.
They got to protect
that
him.
freshman quarterback will go. They'll take him like a turkey and wing and poof, pull his legs out.
I hope he's not listening. That's not very nice. That's not nice.
Illegal procedure. One of the Maryland players, Duran Roundtree, went down injured. Nice false start. So they're checking on Roundtree. here for a moment. Sophomore from Lansdowne, high school over here in Baltimore. Roundtree, a third-year sophomore. Played in a half-dozen games last year, described as a fighter and a scrapper. The Maryland training staff looking at him. His play was stopped because it was a false start. Well, as they look at Roundtree, let's step out for a second. Florida State leading 52-7 here on Thursday Night Football. We'll be right back in College Park.
It's here, waiting for you. Inside is unlimited strength and power. It builds confidence and reshapes your body. It can change everything. This is Bowflex, an entire gym in one easy-to-use machine. So powerful, it delivers over 60 health club quality exercises with up to 410 pounds of resistance, all in the convenience of your own home. Strength training with Bowflex is so effective that we guarantee you'll get the results you want in 6 weeks or less. And you can own one with no money down and payments as low as $33 per month. Bowflex is real. The results are real. The question is, are you ready for Bowflex? For a free video and brochure, call or go online at BowflexDirect.com. Do the research, listen to real customers, then place your order online and get started. Bowflex. Who said change isn't easy?
Miller Lite storyline tonight here in College Park. Chris Winkie, very efficient, but injured his foot. Came out early second half. Lamont Jordan did go over 100 yards, so that's his second time for him and only the third time in the last 5 years that a Florida State defense has allowed a 100-yard rusher. But Florida State has given Maryland just 139 yards, and 74 came on one play. More than half of the Maryland yards came on Lamont Jordan's touchdown run in the second quarter.
We said at the beginning of the show 2 backs, and now it is 3 backs, and Lamont Jordan has done it twice. Neat little DYK. Can you name?
Did you know?
The third back.
I can.
What do you got?
Thomas Jones.
That's right.
You know why? I just looked at your notes.
Oh. You gotta shut up and let Mike play.
Oh, I saw your notes. It said Thomas Jones.
You know what?
Virginia.
You told me before the game started, so I would have gotten it too.
Okay. Thomas Jones.
Yep.
Now with the Arizona Cardinals.
Great back.
And terrific family. His brother, outstanding sophomore for Notre Dame. A 4th and 1 is picked up. Florida State will keep possession. Davey Ford, the junior from West Palm Beach, getting it done with that carry. We mentioned tough stretch for Maryland. They'll play Virginia and Clemson on the road next. This will be 2 difficult games for Ron Vanderlinden's team. 2-1. Last to a bowl game in 1990, this Maryland program. Really had to go from the ground up, and the reason for that is Mark Duffner was the head coach here and had a run-and-shoot team, so he's had to bring tight ends and fullbacks and retool the team. It's not saying Duffner didn't do a good job and didn't have it going in the right direction, but when things didn't get over the hump and they had to rework the Maryland program, when you go from a run-and-shoot back to a conventional team, tight ends and fullbacks, it takes a little bit of a adjustment period. Last year, they got so close at 5-6. They lost Calvin McCall before the Florida State game, lost that, and then had a game that they thought they had a chance to win with a couple of minutes left. They were ahead on Virginia, but Virginia came back, scored in the last minute, denying Maryland a bowl berth and a sixth victory on the season. Jordan ran for over 300 yards in that game. Davey Ford takes it out to the 18-yard line. What do you like this week, boys, in college football? We got a pretty good slate on ABC and ESPN. What game jumps out at you? I know you're going to be at the big house before the Michigan-Wisconsin game.
Oh, college game day, you mentioned. We're going to be up in Ann Arbor, Michigan for a big game between Wisconsin, trying to rebound. They all finally have all their players back, so that'll help them see if they can try to stop Anthony Thomas and that Michigan offensive attack. It's going to be tough for them to do. I guarantee Wisconsin bounce backs and they will play with great character. I'd be surprised if they didn't.
Coming off the heartbreaking loss, Northwestern, we talked about the rebuilding story here at Maryland, and Ron Vanderlinden was on the Northwestern staff with Garrett Barnett. Randy Walker's team played fabulous in that Wisconsin. They had a chance to fold the tent a couple of times in that game and came back and answered, as you always talk about, Coach.
One of the games we should talk about maybe is Oregon playing Washington at Autzen Stadium. Now, Autzen Stadium out there, everybody says it's the loudest stadium in America. I say it is per person. It's 48,000 people, make a lot of noise. And the reason is, Kirk, remember, it's in this hole. It's unbelievable, but it doesn't make as much noise as Tennessee or the Swamp. But per person.
And they make it work for them. They don't lose very often at home. It'll really take a great effort for Washington. Rick Neuheisel, who's off to a sensational start, for them to go in there and win that football game.
Marcus Tuiasosopo, the quarterback for the Washington Huskies. What is that now? 17 in a row. You guys saw number 17 straight, the Oregon victory over UCLA, and we're very impressed by Eugene.
Really impressed with their defense, the way they were able to take away Deshaun Foster and take him out of the game. Now it's a completely different task this weekend because of Marcus Tuiasosopo's ability to run and throw as a quarterback as opposed to being the tailback.
You see the old little cheese wedge there next to Marshall at 32, the current leader for consecutive home victories. We will see the Thundering Herd in Huntington on Thursday night, taking on Western Michigan.
On the banks of the Ohio, right?
That's right. See the Ohio from the roof up there on the press box.
What's the mountain range out there, Mike? Out in Huntington?
You save it for next week, buddy.
Oh, David, don't give me
Today we're 10 minutes away from the nation's capital. I was down in Washington, D.C. this afternoon.
Mike.
Beautiful.
Go. Mike, don't use the good stuff now. There's nobody watching. Save the stuff for next week. Before I forget that, I want to mention my old coach, Tom Nugent, who was the head football coach at Florida State and then came here to Maryland for 7 years. He's going to be inducted into the College Football Hall of Fame for contribution to college football this year in New York. And I want to make sure. I know my coach is sleeping now, but I tell you, I still don't want. I want him to know that I got a chance to put it in there.
Davey Ford gets a chance to put it in the end zone, and the Seminoles up at 58 now.
You got it in there.
Florida State over 600 yards now, 613 yards. So Davey Ford gets his first touchdown of 2000. Extra point lead. There you go, 59. Getting a lot of extra point practice, that's for sure. Well, here's Jerry Punch on the sideline, Doc.
We've seen Florida State dominate so many times, but why do they dominate so much? Well, how about just sheer strength, raw strength? They have 38 players who bench press over 400 pounds, 11 players bench press 500 pounds. The guy you're looking at right there, Montre Holland, set a record 555-pound bench press for number 61. That big guy right there, the big offensive guard. How about their speed? They clocked 60 players. Just the upperclassmen, 24 of those 60 run sub 4.540s. Strength and speed, guys, for the Seminoles.
There is no hiding what the secret to their success is, and that is better athletes. As a matter of fact, one veteran NFL personnel man who's here made a very interesting comment. He said, and there are several teams here with 2 personnel people to evaluate the talent. He said, you need to have 2 people at a Florida State game to properly evaluate their talent. There may be a dozen Florida State seniors drafted in this upcoming 2001 draft. A dozen.
Whew. Strong senior class. Bobby Bowden said next year he may have only 7 seniors, so he feels that it could catch up to them. But the way they recruit, I don't think he has to worry about it.
We'll have every pick of the draft on ESPN, ESPN2, Kirk. Out to the 19-yard line.
It's every pick.
Scooter Monroe.
I hate to disagree with you, Kirk, but I'm going to tell you why. Number one, when Winky goes, this program is going to go down a little bit. Okay. I'll promise you. And number 2, if they only have 7 seniors, this is not going to be the great leadership programs that Bobby Bowden's used to. Remember, he even told us that he was worried about going to Clemson.
Right.
It'll be tough for them next year.
Remember?
Yep. But you know what? You're right about the Chris Wanke thing. I mean, anytime you lose an experienced quarterback, that's going to make you take a step back. But it's going to be up to the sophomores and the juniors to step up the leadership role, which I think they have some young guys who are capable of doing.
Dan and Stu are coming up next on SportsCenter. There's a marker for movement on the left tackle. Dan and Stu will have the scores and the highlights. West Virginia did beat Temple in college football tonight. Good road win for the Mountaineers, who we'll see in 2 weeks when they go to Blacksburg to take on Virginia Tech. That'll be a Thursday night game for us. Chris Wanke, now in civilian clothes, out of uniform, just a lonely shot, sitting and watching. Thank you, sir. Do you see that score, by the way, folks, on the bottom line? That is correct. Baltimore scored 23 runs tonight, beating Toronto 23-1. Kind of appropriate as we see Chris Wanke, who spent a half dozen years in the Blue Jays minor league system. But that is an accurate score. 23 runs scored by the Baltimore Orioles just down the road from here at Camden Yards tonight. And Wanke's got a little electronic stimulus thing apparently for that foot just to start the healing process. Gonna duck on in there. Good try, inaccurate execution. That's Dan Patrick and Stu Scott, not Rich. DP, you got it. With Stu coming up next.
I'm all over.
Here
I'm all
on
over.
SportsCenter.
You got it covered.
Pass to the 32-yard line. On the reception for Julian Gary. Here's Chris. Here's Jerry, I beg your pardon.
Well, you saw Chris Wanke a moment ago down there sitting outside the Florida State locker room, and, you know, he's a very, very vital part of what happens to this Florida State offense. I talked to him when I walked by a moment ago. He said he was able to put some weight on that ankle in the shower when he was cleaning up, but they want him to keep as much weight off, keep the swelling down. And what you saw a moment ago, that transcutaneous stimulator on his foot, well, that's there to increase blood flow around the ankle, trying to get as much blood flow, minimize swelling. They'll get him x-rayed tomorrow, and we'll know more after the x-ray.
Where else?
What was that?
Where else in football do you get a Transylvania?
What was that system he's using?
Transylvania.
You know, transcutaneous nerve stimulator. It's a TENS unit.
That's where Dracula's from, isn't it? I think Count Dracula's from there.
Where else, though, huh?
Where else?
Who else?
Not Transylvania.
No.
Transcutaneous.
No.
That's close.
Transcutaneous.
All right.
Second down and 10 now. Here's McCall. Gary with the catch. Rufus Brown, Abdul Howard. Some of the reserves in there defensively for Florida State. Charles Howard as well, along with 42. Jarrell Hudson. A couple of first downs on this drive. It's something new. They had a very tough night for Maryland. You just hope for their sake that they were able to pick themselves up after this game. Extra rest and heal for the next couple of road tests within the Atlantic Coast Conference. Haven't had many snaps across midfield tonight. Wakala Sikiala takes it across the midfield stripe. Joe Bates, our spotter here in the booth, who does a great job, is also a dentist, and he points out the TENS unit is also used for dental anesthesia. So you are
good.
This is the Learning Channel tonight.
Where else in America? I'm telling you.
At Virginia, at Clemson, the two tough tests ahead, and then a tough bottom end there in November with State, the Heels, and the Jackets.
From a coach's standpoint, I know some people out there might not believe this, but you get beat 59-7. I mean, it hurts, but it doesn't hurt as bad as when you get beaten in a heartbreaker when you lose the ball game real close. These guys will forget this game in a heartbeat.
Wakala Sikiala with a hard run to the 33-yard line. First down here for the Terps with 43 seconds to go. Dan and Stu love all the Olympic stuff. Hey, Wally Ake and his team still in there, still working, still talking football. Got to approach it the same way, no matter what the score. Florida State will go to 11-0 all time against Maryland. On the Eric James reception down to the 26. Gentlemen, we will see you in Ann Arbor tomorrow. We look forward to College Game Day coming to the Old Town, A-Squared.
Looking forward to it.
And I know you have a busy weekend. You're going to be going over to New York, right? Doing some studio
ABC
stuff
studio.
for ABC.
Hello to our buddy John Saunders, a little under the weather. Get to go see Bobby's son, Terry, in the studio at ABC. Pass to the 5 to Gary. And they'll have a chance to score here before this game ends. 6 seconds left. We'll take a timeout. Just trying to get a little 2-minute drill practice in.
Announcers excited.
I know it doesn't sound right, but I tell you what, Florida State really doesn't want them to score.
I know.
You know, remember last week? Wasn't it last week? Louisville
First stringers might be coming in.
First and goal on the 1.
Yep.
And they didn't want them to score?
Yep. The third stringers said are on the field, and the 1 subbed themselves in.
Yeah.
See if they score. Sports Center coming up. Hang on.
Now, Smooth 70s. 34 easy listening classics from TV music for you.
Leave, come to Boston for the springtime. But it was just my imagination once again. And when we get behind closed doors, so I sing you to sleep after the loving. Ooh, I hear laughter in the rain. Summer breeze makes me feel fine. That's why I'm easy.
Smooth 70s on 2 cassettes or 2 CDs. Here's how to order. Call toll-free now for Smooth 70s. 2 cassettes $19.98, 2 CDs $26.98 plus $5.50 shipping. Have your credit card ready and call now.
Back to first and goal. No touchdown, game over. Final score, Florida State 59, Maryland 7. Bobby Bowden's team has outscored their opponents 153-21 last 3 games. Mike, Kirk, Lee, and Doc, we thank you for joining us from College Park, Maryland. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For more, log on to ESPN.com, your home for college football on the internet. See you next Thursday night. From Huntington, West Virginia, now stay through for Dan and Stu. Sports Center's next. Good night from College Park, Maryland.
SportsCenter is caught in the numbers game. Half game. That separates the A's from the M's, with the Tribe going wild 1.5 back. Turning 36 1/3 into 20 is the task for Greg Maddux. 20 reasons why Darryl Kyle is happier in 2000. 1 win, and you're in for the 2-time defending champs. Temple tries to do something it hasn't done in 21 years. First start, Drew Henson steps into a big-time weekend matchup in the Big Ten. 1-on-1. Orlando Brown breaks his silence.
I'm considered like damn as good. Ain't no team gonna play me.
1 Academy Award. Denzel Washington sits down to talk about his new movie. One more thing. Will the last one out of County Stadium please turn out the lights? SportsCenter is next.
Hi again, SportsCenter's about to put it down alongside Dan Patrick. I'm Stuart Scott.
Coming up on the program, the Orioles score a week's worth of runs in one night, and an NHL player not named McSorley is suspended for 23 games.
But first, baseball. The A's are banging a half game back in the AL West race, a game up in the wild card race, and they're racing, being Marion Jones. They won 19 of the last 24. Top 5, 1-zip Angels, Scott Spezio off the meter. Second homer of the game, 17th of the season, 3rd career multi-homer game, 3-zip Angels. Bottom 5 men on 2nd and 3rd for Terrence Long. Chops to first, Mo Vaughn, who's just 1 for 18 in the series. Nice scoop. Carl recovered, but dropped the easy throw. 2 runs scored, 3-2 halos. Bottom 8, Miguel Tejada representing up the middle off Shigetoshi Hasagawa. Bo Porter scores. A's came into this one having scored 53 runs their last 8 games. It stayed 3-3 into the top of the 14th. Holla! Troy Gloss, 45th home run of the year. That sets a new American League record for 3rd baseman. 45 jacks in the career. Also leads the American League this season. Angels beat the A's 6-3. A's lose for just the second time in 9 games. Gloss's homer was the Angels' first run since the 5th inning. Remember that AL record I told you about for third baseman? He broke Al Rosen's record, which had stood since 1953. It was also the first homer off an Oakland reliever since August 20th. The A's let this one get away.
Offensively, we battled back to tie it, and then just couldn't cash in whenever we had opportunities, and you have to give their bullpen a lot of credit. They shut us down, and it was a tough one, you know, because we battled so long and so hard. We wanted it bad, but somebody had to lose, and it turned out to be us.
Today would have been a good win, but, you know, we're not going to press or anything, and we got, what, 5 games left? 3 games, something like that.
Depends.
And we'll just see what happens. I mean, we're just looking forward to being in the situation we're in right now.
It's nice to have a say, you know, saying what happens as far as the playoff race goes. You know, we wish, obviously, we were in their position, you know, battling for it, but, you know, that's unfortunately we came up a little bit short.
In extra inning games, numbers are always skewed. For example, the top 2 positions in the Angels' order totaled half of the team's hits, scored 4 of the 6 runs, and drove in 5 of the 6. And there's always at least one player who takes a big donut. Randy Velarde, just that person, stranding 7 runners in the process.
To Seattle for the M's and the Rangers. Bottom 3, Rick Kelling against Edgar Martinez. M's down 4-3, not any longer. 36th on the year, the M's stake to a 5-4 lead on the 2-run homer. Top 5 were tied at 5. Jose Mesa facing Ruben Sierra. 2 men aboard. Mike Cameron can't come up with it. Rafael Palmeiro scores 6-5 Rangers. Jose Paniagua facing Ricky Leday. Bases loaded. 7-5 Rangers in the 6th. Scarborough Green, Royce Clayton, Chad Curtis all score. 10-5 Rangers. Top 7. Scarborough Green on first.
Only made really 1 or 2 good throws.
5th stolen base of the game, which is a new Rangers record. Top 8, 10-6 Rangers. Frankie Rodriguez to Ruben Sierra, who has just left the building. First homer since May of 1998. 13-6 Rangers, and that is the way this one would end. Scarborough Green reached base 5 times, stole 5 bases, drove in 2. Rangers snap a 5-game losing streak. Helling earns his 16th win despite allowing 6 runs in 6 innings. Jamie Moyer lost for the 8th time in his last 10 decisions. M's and A's both lose, so Seattle lead is now a half game. The M's close out their season with 3 games in Anaheim. Oakland hosts the Rangers for a 3-game set. Texas has had the A's number this season, posting a 7-2 mark against them.
Tribe trying to stay alive. Tribe and the Twins. Jay Canizero not in the lineup. He got struck by a ball in the head during BP. Top 4, 2-zip Indians. Torrey Hunter rips apart Bartolo Colon. Colon came to this one 6-0 his last 11 starts. Matt Lawton, Corey Koski score. Twins tied at 2. They'd add 1 more in the 4th. Bottom 6, 3-2 Twins. Elton, Eric Milton, rolling. Jim Thome, chilling. Thome led the league in Ks last year. Milton 9 Ks in this one. Bottom 9, 3-2 Twins. No out. No on for Travis Fryman. Yokes Bob Wells pitch deep to left. Off the top of the wall. Charlie Manuel argued that Fryman should have had a home run because they didn't award him one at first. Charlie's like, dude, take another look. Actually, he didn't say that. It's just a way of setting up the highlight. The ball bounces off the yellow line on top of the wall. The umpire's talking over. Okay, give him one. What the heck? 22nd homer of the year for Travis Fryman. Indians tied at 3. Eric Milton, can't believe it. Top 3, 3-3. Bases loaded for Corey Koski right up the gut. Fielded by Robbie Alomar to Omar Vizquel. 15 gold gloves between them, but they cannot turn the double to 4-3 Twins. Luis Rivas scores. Bob Whitman on the ground. He had to leave because he was hit by a piece of Koski's bat. Bottom 10, 2 outs. Kenny Lofton on third. Robbie Alomar on first. Manny Ramirez, who led the league in RBI last year, lines it to LaTroy Hawkins. Gobbled up by Rivas, who flips it to second for the force. Twins win the game in 10 innings, 4-3. Cleveland manages only a series split with the Twins. Robbie Alomar goes 3 for 5. Not enough, as Eric Milton went 8 innings, allowed 6 hits, 2 earned runs. He didn't get the decision, but he did pitch well enough for the Twins to win it. AL wild card as we speak. Both Oakland and Cleveland lose, so the difference remains a game and a half. The A's magic number to clinch a postseason spot now, down to trade.
Yankees in Tampa looking for the clinch. Top of the second, no score. Jose Canseco at first. Tino Martinez against Brian Ricard. Martinez does his work, doubles off the wall. Canseco tries to score from first. You know, he's a former 40-40 man. He's out on the close play. Martinez then tries for third. The ball gets away from Aubrey Huff. Huff's throw home is on the mark. Martinez is out at the plate. Double play ends. The Yankees threaten the second. Bottom fourth, 3-1 D-Rays. Aubrey Huff up with a man aboard. He goes Oppo. Fourth home run of the season. Double Rays spoiling the Yankees' hopes to clinch. 11-3 the final in this one. Roger Clemens, 4 innings, 7 hits, 6 earned, 4 Ks. Yankee fans, reason for concern? Your team has lost 12 of 15. Yankees have allowed at least 10 runs in 6 of their last 13 games. In fact, the Devil Rays outscored the Yankees 24-5 in sweeping the series. Over the last 2 weeks, no team in all of baseball has been worse than the Yankees. To make things worse, the Yankees have allowed 10 or more runs in half of their 12 losses. The most games any eventual World Series champion lost in September, in which they gave up at least 10 runs, is 3, done twice by the Yankees, 1936 and 1950. Stuart?
Dan, you ready?
Yep.
Blue Jays and Orioles. Start taking notes, please. It'll be a test. Orioles up 6-0 in the fourth. Brady Anderson walks. Next batter, Delano DeShields. Chopper. Craig Grayback bobbles. Anderson safe at second. 2 batters later, Albert Bell rips an RBI up the middle, O's up 7-zip. After a throwing error by Alberto Castillo makes it 8-zip. Cal Ripken is actually tied with Fred McGriff for 415 career homers. Lines a base hit to left. Melvin Mora, infield single that Alex Gonzalez can't handle. That loads the bases. I'll go ahead and tell you now, the Orioles battered these kids for 23 hits. Brooke Fordyce, base hit to left, 9-zip, bases still loaded. Eugene Kingsale. That's Brady Anderson. I missed Eugene. It's happening so quick. That was Jerry Hairston. Delano DeShields is going to homer, I promise you. Off the right field pole. One Baltimore player said most every ball we hit hard fell. We probably had 4 or 5 bloopers fall too. To score that many runs, everything has to go right. It obviously did. This is not a misprint. 23-1. 23-1. The Orioles beat the Jays. This game, well, they're playing out the string, but to score 23 runs off 23 hits, what were the Blue Jays doing? I would like to tell you about Brooke Fordyce, 4 for 5, but I think that would just be rubbing it in, so I'm just going to be quiet right now. Inside the numbers, a little deeper. 10 of the 23 runs Toronto allowed were unearned, and the 22-run margin, the highest since 1979 when the Blue Jays lost to California 24-2. The O's had 8 different batters with at least 2 hits, and 11 different Baltimore players scored a run. After the 8th inning, they started hitting off the tee.
At Comiskey, the White Sox, Red Sox, still a work in progress. Bottom 9 will bring you the highlights of this one when it ends. Nomar 3 for 4. He's got a 19-game hitting streak. His average now up to 372. The Red Sox trying to stave off elimination. Ramon Martinez did not retire any of the 4 batters he faced. His ERA in the first inning this year, 11.77. Mike Sorotka, 3 innings, 2 hits, 3 earned. Once again, highlights of this one when it comes to a close.
Oh, that's a fancy way of saying that Greg Maddux and Darryl Cow were both looking for their 20th win Thursday. The 2,000 numbers look alike, except for that ERA. Maddux rules there. Both, though, limit batters to less than a .250 batting average. Maddux going for number 20 against the Mets. Braves trying to help bottom 2. Greg Maddux against Lenny.